Hello, welcome to my stream tonight. I'm pretty excited to have a guest on today. We're trying this for the first time, but um, he's a big contributor in the SolidJS community. He's been doing a lot of really great recent work, and I honestly am kind of excited to sort of take a break this week from teaching people stuff and learn a little bit something myself about how these things go. So I'm pretty stoked to have him here. So we'll be getting with him in a little bit. Hey, anyone join the stream? How do you say hi in the chat? It's always good to say hi. But yeah, on the other side of things, before we get started, I'm going to do a little bit of this week in JavaScript. Going to get right into it. This week's been a lot about performance, kind of surprisingly so. Oh, yeah, people are joining in. Hello. But yeah, a lot of performance talk this week, which is kind of interesting because, I mean, let's face it, performance isn't everything. As much as, when you find people like myself who spend a lot of time in performance because we want to build the tools that are like, we can't anticipate all the different things people will throw at our tools. So we always want to try and tune them the best we can. It's not that often anymore that performance comes up as a topic. As kind of like from a consumer standpoint. And I think that's really been a distinctive part about this past week in JavaScript. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see here and show you what I'm talking about a little bit, right? Couple things was this comparison came out. You probably saw this tweeted around the web, but it was this article here from Line Engineering where they went through and just looked at the state of things in JavaScript. And they covered everything from mobile device usage to average JavaScript size to just a bunch of different factors. And the thing is, they chose for the cover to use the JS framework benchmark, essentially converted into this table. And I think it's kind of funny because the way it's presented kind of really skews the perception of reality, but it did cause a lot of conversation this week because people were like, oh, like a couple of these comments, you'll see things like don't be in the red. I think I saw a comment like that where people are just like really commenting on this performance aspect. And as I said, the problem with this chart is for a lot of frameworks, for a number of frameworks, the only reason they're in the red is because of memory allocation. And it's not even that bad. Like they're saying like this is like, yes, double vanilla JS, but like we're talking about in this silly demo where we're putting in 10,000 rows or whatever, we're talking about the difference between like, I don't know, I think it's like 2 megabytes and 4 megabytes. So this kind of really weirdly skews the results in a sense. We're having memory take such a big part of this instead of focusing on actual performance and startup. But for a lot of people, this was an eye opener. I saw some retweets where people were like, I didn't realize Angular or React were like so far down on the table. And I feel like maybe that should be obvious to people because popular solutions do tend to be, not, they're maybe less hungry for the quick wins on performance, and they have other, elements to consider. But in general, this is a really good push for Solid because for a lot of people seeing Solid for the first time, and it's pretty obvious from the performance numbers, at least Solid is very far away from the other frameworks. So, that was interesting. Another interesting one that I think I want to highlight and bring up was from this thing from Amazon.com. Server-side render everything. Amazon.com is a server-side render that has no client-side rendering framework. The potential latency hit didn't justify it. We were stuck with jQuery 1.6.4. SSR React wasn't fast enough for us. This blew my mind. And again, this is another one of those ones that probably blew a lot of people's minds. I work at eBay, so I'm not surprised by this. eBay.com is not built with React, as many of you know. It's built with Marco. But like we built a framework specifically to handle this use case. I mean, the cold hard facts are that like a React app with full hydration and that wouldn't really cut it for this use case. It's the reason why Marco exists, the reason why Quick has been getting developed. And what's really cool about this thread, they showed a bunch of things they tried, talked about different approaches, and basically like felt like they're kind of stuck, and that's something I'd say I can relate to. I don't know if you guys would be aware of this, but at eBay, every page has like analytics metrics that we capture, and like when we release a new feature, if there's a hit to page load, like someone's getting a review, someone's going to come knock on someone's door, because essentially even a couple hundred milliseconds on a slow device translates to sales. So it was really interesting to see on the Amazon side kind of corroborate this, right? Because they aren't using React, right? Like there is challenges to performance with our modern single page app frameworks, right? So I think it's definitely interesting to see this focus on performance again. I mean, this has kind of been the conversation in the background since last year. A lot of popularization of similar partial hydration techniques, things like Astro and Quick are starting getting conversation. But it's interesting to see big companies like Amazon talk about this openly. After seeing this, I kind of decided like it'd be really cool if maybe even talk to some people at eBay about us kind of talking about it openly in the same way, because I think people need to know like the realities of these things and like understand like why we built Marco and stuff. I think it's kind of interesting, compelling story. And then the third side that we kind of seen this performance conversation a lot is Remix Run. It's been getting a lot of attention. They've kind of built a lot of best practices of the web brought it back into React apps, and people are kind of unaccustomed to it, and they're also kind of responding well to it. Remix does for React app setup have really good performance, comparatively. Maybe not compared to like other solutions, but like for something that's using React, it's actually quite impressive. And I think because Remix has been really pushing the performance angle, really, trying to push it, and people are like, no, there's other things, Ryan Florence, creator of React Router and Remix, actually had this statement, which was, I used to have a better feel for the pulse when I was traveling and meeting with dev teams and local meetups, but dev Twitter trends and the real world don't always line up. And obviously that's true. Like the difference between the kind of mind share that online communities have with just the people, like hit the ground, people building the real applications. That said, there's a palpable feeling that folks are ready for a post-React world, right? And he actually goes as far as mentioning Svelte, Quick, Solid, and Marco about interesting qualities, right? Some freak me out, compile your stuff, but they are all super interesting. I can't wait to experiment on them. He's basically saying that Remix wants to embrace these, and it's a position that I can understand, right? Because it helps broaden the platform. I think the thing is Remix was really trying to push a performance angle, and the thing that kept on hitting was React. Oh, right. I still have Discord on. Give me 2 seconds. So essentially, there is this shift, right? Like when Ryan Florence, Michael Jackson, and Kent C. Dodds are three of probably the most devout React people, out there. And when they're kind of putting this into perspective, it's really cool to see for, the web eco system team, in general, right? So I think this is interesting. I mean, it's just showing kind of this kind of potential openness to these ideas. Michael Jackson actually did a bit of a dive into Solid. He actually posted something on Twitter, and he was like playing around with the reactivity, and it was cool because he's really excited about it. He's like telling people about it. And the truth of the matter is, like, he just got to the surface level. Hadn't got deep enough to see maybe some of the trade-offs or see what actually makes Solid really compelling, but it was enough to kind of see the differences and see the kind of benefits immediately. And I thought that was really cool because I've always found that the people on the React side have been really supportive of Solid generally, just because of maybe the shared philosophy. But it was really interesting to see these, like, as I said, known React supporters, like very much in that camp, be like, this is kind of cool. What's here? Not really the e-commerce, but Amazon Live is built with React. Yeah, definitely. Like don't get me wrong. And this is the same with eBay or any large company. You're going to have teams. You're going to have specific purposes to use different tools and frameworks. We have React at eBay. Our checkout uses React, for example. So like there are places, and I think even if you go on Amazon's homepage, you'll probably find like embedded lazy loaded React apps and stuff. There's just lots of different widgets and ads and things that load on a big e-commerce site like that. But the key part is that for that critical page load, for that critical content, the thing that you need to like get in front of people immediately, not lazy loading, you can't rely on like a typical SPA framework render and hydration. As I've shown in previous streams, it's just too expensive. It doesn't scale. That's why partial hydration, like Marco, was built with that in mind. Like you just can't do that with large pages. Even, I mean, maybe a pre-act solid or svelte, which on the smaller side could scale a bit better, but the hydration cost is a real thing for time to interactive. So yeah, there's definitely places and like applications that you'll find on any large company on that. Amazon.com, like the actual like where you buy the stuff, where they care about SEO, they haven't even gone into front end framework land because of the performance. But yeah, crazy, eh? Like if you told me this like 6 months ago, I wouldn't have believed you, right? Like, I mean, you've seen what Ken C. Dodds posts about React, like stuff like along like you will never need to learn another framework because by the time React isn't the framework, computer AI will have taken over building websites. I think he said something like that once. So, I mean, this is a ground, like this is a different take completely. So, yeah, I mean, this has been an interesting week. I mean, I've had a lot of discussions with the guys from Remix. There's been a lot of performance benchmarks they've been posting. Some of them accurate, some of them questionable. Like they had one where they're comparing Mustache to React rendered a string, saying that React rendered a string was faster, and it doesn't make any sense. It turns out they had turned off caching on Mustache, but it kind of also doesn't make sense to turn off caching on Mustache because the static parts would be cached. So in any case, you know, we benchmarked stuff like this before, and render performance in React rendered a string is in no means fast. That being said, until you get to a very large site, we're talking milliseconds. Often architectural decisions like how you lazy load or like, you know, don't block things like streaming make a bigger difference. But that being said, it is still a thing. So yeah, I just think it's interesting, the kind of consciousness they've been kind of talking about these things this week, right? Other than that, I've been doing a lot of podcasts, so I don't know if you checked them out. I did JS Party. I did one with where was it? The CoderPad guy from CoderPad. This is actually one of my favorite ones. If you do want to check one of my like random like guest appearance streams, this is probably my favorite way I've introduced Solid to date. So do check that one out. I also did one with the coding design system guys. They over at Div Riots, and they actually started sponsoring Solid. So I'm super stoked about that. It's really cool to kind of see peripheral communities kind of come in and embrace this. So yeah, I mean, a lot of Solid stuff this week, which made sense to do another Solid stream. Obviously, last week was all about React and React SSR, and I did actually post an article for those of you interested in that whole thing, where I kind of was taking all the conclusions from last week's stream, talking about how all the paradigms we were talking about all basically talked about server side routing. Is the best way I'd call it, where we basically like an MPA experience where you use a page, and when you navigate to the next page, it's like a full page reload. In something like React Server Components, you don't wipe out the whole page, but essentially this return to this like, you know, full page postback, full page navigation, even if it's virtualized in the browser. And I think it's interesting. I can't say with certainty this is going to be the future of the web, but it does seem that a lot of people are interested in trying it right now. And it is a logical extension from what we've been seeing with patterns like React Query, where people are kind of opting into like refetching the data rather than mutating caches. This all kind of moves the caches out of the client, and in so removes the heavy fetching APIs and libraries out of the client, which helps keep JavaScript slim. We're going to see more of these trends, and I guess like maybe this shift is the next paradigm shift. And so that's what I threw out there, and that's what this article is. So anyway, that's been most of this week, and for that reason, I thought we'd talk about some solid stuff this week. It's been a while. We've been talking about Marco. We've talked about React server components. Did some little coding exercises, and for that reason, I have our guest tonight, author of Solid 3, Solid Inc., Solid MDX, and actually he's been a huge helper recently working on a SolidStart, our new meta framework. So I'm gonna actually add him to the stream right here. Nikhil, let's see if I said your name properly. I feel terrible if I did not. Let's get you on here. All right, sweet. Welcome.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the stream tonight. I wanted to really look at some of the work you've been doing, because honestly, I think it's really cool, and I haven't had a chance to dig into it, and I honestly don't know much about this subject matter. It's kind of funny. We built a custom renderer for Solid, and I kind of looked at what React did, and I looked at Vue did, and I was like, okay, we can kind of do this. But I actually had nothing in mind when I built it. This is just not an area that I have any experience with. So I just looked at the others and I'm like, okay, let's just throw this up and see what people can do with it. And I mean, you did, so I'm pretty stoked about this.
It's great. It's crazy, the timing, right? Like, I think I was so the story from my end coming to Solid was that I was a React 3 fiber. So I was a React developer for the last 3-4 years, and I was started doing React 3 fiber stuff because I wanted to learn how to make games, right? But as soon as I started making anything serious, all I had to keep doing was adding memo everywhere in my React app. And so I was like, okay, I need something faster. And the problem with the React 3 fiber was that you purposely had to like remove state from the React state model and keep it like in refs and stuff to do updates quickly. Like if you triggered React re-renders, then you were like opting out of all the 3 performance. So then I started looking at Svelte, and Svelte had tried to do something similar, actually very recently. I think something called Svelte Cubed that Rich put out. And I looked at that and I thought maybe this could fix my problems. But there was a huge problem there where like they have basically done the bindings thing again. And this is like Paul Henschel talks about this. Like with something like 3, which is moving quickly, it continuously keeps on improving. You necessarily don't want to do bindings because then you have to keep changing the bindings as things change. And that's horrible. And so what something like a custom renderer allows you to do is to be almost independent of the version of the library, because like as the elements in the library change, the renderer doesn't need to worry about it. Like Solid doesn't worry about when the DOM adds new nodes, right? Like that's the kind of situation we wanted. And so then I was like, okay, but basically I couldn't hack the Solid compiler to like start accepting 3 nodes. Like the Svelte compiler. The Svelte compiler was like very alien to me and didn't understand the code very well. And like just sort of splashing around, I somehow found Solid. And you had very recently announced custom renderers, like just a month back, I think in November or something like that, you announced custom renderers.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wait, this is perfect. Like it was such a good happenstance. And basically I had a lot of experience with Babel. So I was like, and it was amazing to see that the compiler is just a Babel plugin that I can hack around with.
Yeah, right. So just so I fully understand, there's 2 elements that made it interesting for you and where you had trouble in other solutions. React's performance was awkward because like you basically, if I understand correctly, you have to kind of go around React in order to use like React.
You never re-render basically, and like somehow set up all the state. And it's like what Solid does, right? You have to run your components once and then make sure all the reactivity is set up so that it runs in the frame loop.
Yeah, which is really strange for React, but I mean it works. Like the base, like they have to create almost their own state library or something to kind of like drive it. Like is
Yeah.
that like the common pattern?
I mean, yeah, like the frame loop runs on its own. So you just make sure you're not updating, like you're not doing any set states. You're just updating your refs so that you can keep accessing the new value in the next loop. Like,
Right. Okay. And then on the other hand, you're like, okay, well, obviously a reactive library like Svelte is going to have more performance, not have to deal
yeah,
with that anyways. And
yeah,
but like when you say that, like just so I understand, when you say that 3 is always moving, I think I heard this from Joe, who maintains Loom
yeah,
element, like a 3D element, that 3 is like not as scared of just like breaking changes like every like
yeah.
minor version. They're just like, oh, we're gonna break something today.
Well, you saw what happened at 3 standard lib today, right? Like when you were trying, yeah, there's just stuff like that. Like just keep changing, and so yeah, bindings can't keep up at all, right?
You're right. Okay. So yeah, so 3 is just constantly evolving, and it basically they don't care about Semver one bit. And the problem is, and this is the thing I didn't understand, because like if anyone's seen how Solid compiles, and actually I'm gonna show this just 1 second, just so that people can get an idea of what I mean by that. I'm gonna open up the playground and take this. Everyone's seen this button example, but what they might have not seen is if I change this button into capital B button, let's say, and I'm just going to make a function button here. It doesn't really matter what it is, but let's just take this. And I'm going to make my text bigger so other people can see it. Always have to remember to do that on stream. Okay, so I'm not rendering anything, no biggie. But if you look at the output here, you're going to notice something right away. What you're going to notice is the only thing that we're importing from Solid is render, create component, and create signal. There is not a single piece of DOM anywhere to be found except for the mounting here, the render with create element by app. But instead of render, we can use Solid's create root, and we don't need to render or mount it to an actual DOM element, as many people who use Solid know. So essentially, our component system and our reactivity have no correlation at all with the DOM. We don't even import the DOM unless you use the DOM. So for the longest time, I was thinking, why even bother with this, right? Because can't someone just wrap their stuff, just call some 3JS stuff inside that button component, instead of actually doing it. And I think that's essentially what Svelte's approach is. They're like, yeah, you could just use components and just build the thing. But yeah, I asked this on Twitter, and Paul, he was on top of it, and he gave me some reasons why. Because the thing is, if you think about it, this solution is also very simple that I just showed you, because you don't need any reconciliation, right? You don't need to know what the order of the items are in a list or something. And I was thinking, like, if this is a canvas or 3D, do I actually care the order of the DOM elements? Do I need to diff stuff and do all the DOM operations? Like, wouldn't you just add a mesh, add a pure, and why have a reconciler? So for the longest time, my opinion was, you don't need it. I don't know why React does this, but eventually, I was given a couple cases where this actually matters, where order of maybe applying plugins in an order, a couple edge cases, and I still wasn't really convinced. But maybe you can explain why having a custom reconciler render is so important here.
I mean, just on top of the first thing I want is the feeling that the platform I'm using is a little native, right? So the first thing is the API. When it talks like DOM elements and it almost behaves like DOM elements, then sort of you can get back into your mental models of, okay, this makes sense. But you're right, why not just have your own components? I'm not sure actually. One of the things is obviously the Semver thing is you don't want to keep adding new bindings for everything you want to use as a component, right? For example, 3JS is already a huge namespace. So I think the Svelte solution right now also barely covers I think 20 out of probably 150 classes. And
Right.
even just to get that set up is already a huge thing. And then to maintain it with every version change, sort of just from a dev, I think for a project that you're quickly whipping up, and you don't want to get into setting up a renderer, you can just like, yeah, do it all. Probably you can do the entire 3 app in a solid component and try to like take parts out as you want. But I think like I'm trying to build bigger games, and I want to like almost describe my whole scene graph as components. And then the other thing this allows you to do is add your own sort of you. So 3 has a tradition of you sort of you create classes to like encapsulate behavior, and then you can like override the classes that 3 has given you and stuff like that. So and as you build up custom behavior, now you want to use that within your app. And what like a custom reconciler would allow you to do is register those elements as native elements,
Like,
and then you can like do the lowercase thing to like use the same elements that you've registered as custom, and gives your entire app a like very native like feel, like okay, you're accessing things that the platform is giving you. And I think the biggest win is like the sort of the developer experience win, not and just the win that you get with like being able to be compatible with all future versions just out of the box. Like Solid 3, I think already it's been a month, and 3JS has come up with like 7 new versions since then. And like yeah, so I haven't had to change anything, and already they have broken a few things like in
yeah.
other libraries that we ended up depending on. But yeah,
That's cool. Yeah, because I'm going to show quickly the contrast, like the other side is, because I think some people have seen this demo before. This
yeah,
is how we got started on Twitter, and this is what it looks like when you're not using Solid 3, when you're just kind of making the stuff yourself. Like, see, like, yeah, I've got some components, and I added a camera and directional light and mesh into the scene. And if anyone's seen this demo, it's probably going to lag because I'm streaming, but we can put a lot of cubes on the screen because Solid's signals like don't have the performance issue that React did. I remember React was kind of choking on this around somewhere depends on the computer, I guess, between the 2,000 and 10,000. But in any case, but if you look at how it's implemented in this example, it's not, it's a lot of code here. Like there's like getting the children, then special casing them. Okay, well these are the renderer, here's a renderer. Like someone had to write all of this sort of logic that's very specific in how to wire up, okay, this is the camera, and then that gets passed in as the children.
yeah. You
And
would set up like every prop that you wanted to be reactive, right? Like in this.
yeah, like create
Yeah,
effect, and
I
then
think that's one of the big downsides. I think like the props could change anytime, and you can't just spread them, right? Like you can't just do a object spread.
yeah, the one benefit of this is you get complete control over the granularity in terms of like, but you basically have to do all this reactive work yourself because there's no JSX doing it for you. You're
Yeah,
like, okay,
yeah,
I'm going to make it an effect that updates these props for this part of the model and these for this part. And it opens these questions like, do I wrap each prop independently? Do I put them together with a slight diff? And what I did with the Solid Universal Renderer was actually copy the same pattern that I did with the DOM mostly, in which I do stuff like group stuff together and kind of do this performance stuff. And then the person who actually implements it doesn't need to worry about that. And I already showed this on stream. We made a very simple DOM renderer, and we put it through the JS framework benchmark, which was really fun because it actually, if I remember, it was as fast as like basically Inferno. Like it was still fast. Like our handwritten DOM reconciler was still ended up as being as fast as like the fastest JavaScript frameworks. So yeah, I think once I saw that, I was like, okay, if someone wants to do something performant with this, they're not taking that much of a hit over the handcrafted compiled optimizations that I do with the regular DOM renderer. I mean, it's still a thing, and I know you hit that, and that was something that you had to play with. But we'll talk about that later. Let's maybe take a look at that example you made for Solid 3. Yeah. I want to actually kind of dig in, and if we actually showed this in our community meeting, and I downloaded it this afternoon. So let's take a look at this. And before we get into the code and try and make some sense of what's going on, I'm going to show you the demo just so you can kind of see what we're talking about, and then maybe we can work back from there. I'm just going to start this as built with Vite, I can tell, just simple Vite setup. and we're in dev mode. And then if I open this in a window, it's going to open in the wrong window. And let me bring this across here so we can look at it. Yeah, here we go. This is solid 3. We got a chess game. This is pretty cool. You can see the shadow and stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I first built Solid, I didn't know if anyone was ever going to do something like this. The first hint of that I got was from Joe's examples of Loom, but this is the first time that I've actually like dropped it in on my own computer. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And this is fully functional too, right? Like if I press new game here, like this is a game I can like select a piece, see if I can spin it around.
Actually, yeah, like you can send me that link and I might be able to play with you, because that's that's
even with the Vercel. Yeah, let me see what,
because I think it's just one CloudFront server anyway.
Yeah, because I'm running this locally. Let's give that a shot. Let's see if this actually works. This is pretty cool. I'm going to send it over private chat here.
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong link. Not that link. Don't copy that link. It says click to copy. So let me see if this actually works. Yeah. Oh, that's my local link. But I guess if you put solid chess.
Wait. Okay. I think I just showed the solid chess link, but it's actually just a local link.
Okay. So, so no dice. Okay.
But I get you to play against the engine. So do control and press the dot. Control and full stop.
Sorry, control
and full stop.
No, that's not it. I'm on a Mac. What am I pressing?
It's control, and control is not command. Control.
Yeah, control, and then what's the other key?
The point full stop. I don't know what's it called. Period. Call it the period.
Repeater.
Period. The dot. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Got you.
For the debug tools. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the debug tools here.
No, so go to game. And press
This
engine.
is pretty cool. Well, so this overlay is it rendered in 3 or is this Solid?
No, this is powered by Solid, but it's called Solid Leva. So Leva is another one of these things that the like Paul Henschel's organization, they have another one of these tools, which is like just a GUI for your sort of creative app, so that you can have quick controls there. So you just have a hook in your component, like use controls, and you provide key values, and those become like controls here that you can tweak, and they'll be active in your app. So
it looks slick.
The style is all on those guys. I don't style anything. Yeah, but you can play around with like some of the design on these things, right? Like you can so for example, square, piece, if you open some of these control how these things look, right? Like, so where they are on the screen, so you can
okay. Yeah, I don't know if interesting. Does this actually notice? No, okay. But you
guys, you can click on engine, you can toggle engine, and now if you play a move with white, like the engine should play back.
Oh yeah, this I am not good at chess. I don't think I even know how to play chess. So
and like I said, this is like Stockfish, and it's no mercy at all. She's not.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be dead in like 3 moves. Like I don't even. I'm like trying to avoid getting.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is lovely.
Yeah, go for the check.
Yeah, I honestly, I mean,
keep it on it.
This is really cool. I don't know if I'm going to play any more than this, but yeah. So what can we toggle here? We can.
Oh yeah. So like you can just take that pointer actually, like next to offset.
Yeah.
And just drag it around the point. Yeah, and you will see the board move a bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then in square and in piece, like the other toggles, you can control. That's the square size that might not make it look very nice. Like just to play around with things. And then you can change the colors of the squares and the pieces as well. And like one of the things this shows is that basically like Yeah, I don't know if it all works properly, but yeah, one of the things it shows is like normally in the system that you were introducing, like where you have your own components, one thing you'd miss out is on a good eventing system. And I'll use like React 3 Fibers eventing system, like where when you hover on a thing and when you click on something, like if you look at the code, it's simply like a on hover, on click, like these event handlers that you can just provide to like hook up these events. I think that's one of the big advantages of this. And that's, I think, the those guys have done it like on top of
I see. Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to have to look at the code a bit to understand what's going on here. So let's do a tour of that. I don't know if anyone has any more questions about the demo here, but this looks really quite cool.
one of the things I want to demo later is this theater thing on the this is the dev tools. I'm not like, they're not great, but yeah, this is just something I was using.
It looks like a component tree to me.
Yeah. But I don't know if it's
solid.
accurate.
Are these solid components?
Yeah, they're all solid components.
That's better than any. We've been playing with dev tools, so this is cool. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just sit here spinning it forever. Paul actually had a demo about 4 months ago, I want to say, where he had this car, and I was playing with it because he posted on YouTube not YouTube, on Twitter, and then I was like, man, I just keep on trying to drift it, and it's just not working. And he actually released it.
That was quite difficult to control. I used to play that often too. And actually, that was one of the things that got me really excited about doing games in like this style. Because looking at his code, and this stuff is pretty similar to like the kind of stuff he was doing.
I'm trying to understand, and maybe you speak to this more. It's like wouldn't you just use like Unity or something? Like, what's the advantage of using something like Solid or React to build a game like this? I guess I'm going to see in a minute, right, when we look at this code and get a better understanding of what's going on here. But
so yeah, I mean, like just the top of my head, like code is what I'm comfortable with, right? Like that's, and like mostly doing websites and also, and like Unity is something I will have to learn. The scripting layer there is like more C# based. Not a fan of like the whole hugely object oriented style. And I like JavaScript, and when you're trying to do stuff for the web, I like the quick feedback. Though actually having used Unity and like getting that IDE for games, I do think like web-based IDEs for games is one of the huge fields that is going to come up, because people are going to want to make games more easily. And I think like the web is like, with the stuff like WASM and all, web can very easily handle even the game engine itself, like running on the browser. Right. And I'm actually trying to get all the pieces going to work on something like that. I want to build my own game engine in the browser. So I'm trying to figure out what are the pieces that will fit best. And so like for the scripting layer, like for describing your own scene, one way to do it is in the drag and drop editor, like in the IDE. The other way to do it is in JSX. And so this is like trying to do the JSX way to.
Okay. So where should I start here? This is a Beat project. It looks a little bit different. There is an index HTML.
It's very standard. Just
get our right, and Beat will do in the injection for us. But there's a lot of stuff in here.
I just do it all in the top level. That's why like most of this would be inside a components directory. But I would just go to index, like just top level, nothing weird happening. This use controls is what I was telling you about, like the hook from Leva. So like you just add like sprinkle this anywhere in your app. Don't need to add any providers and stuff, and it just becomes a control like on the top.
But but you had to port this to Solid, obviously, because you can't use React hooks in Solid.
This was.
So is it just like hidden in here? Is this
no? The implementation is separate. This is just capabilities for
okay, so this is another library to add to your stack of libraries.
No, I had to get all this going just to get the game working. Not like I really want all these, but I had to get it going.
Cool. I guess that's the whole thing, right? React 3 has really paved the way on this side. I know how to pronounce it, PManders or whatever. I've been doing a lot of stuff both on the state side and on the 3D side. I'm familiar with the state stuff, obviously, like Jotai, Sustain, and the other one, one with the proxies, but
Valtio
or whatever. So mostly because they they cover the main patterns that you find, and Jotai and Volto especially look like reactive patterns, but it like built for a React world. It's really interesting because in some ways they've reinvented prior art but not realized it. So it's interesting because like I don't think Daishi or the who creates them is actually super familiar with MobX, but like it is MobX.
Yeah.
So I'm always interested. But one of the things when Solid first came out, he actually created his own. He was like, oh, maybe I can use Jotai to create with JSX and skip React too. So he's been playing with this.
Oh, I do remember seeing that actually. Oh, so he must have used DOM expressions, the library, to do that.
No. He tried to write his own. That was the whole thing.
He wrote his own.
I was trying to help him a bit, give him a few pointers because I mean I've been down that path. Well, when you take a reactive library and then go kind of make a framework out of it, your first thought was like, oh yeah, this will be easy. I have the update model. There's so many little things you have to consider. And he didn't. What's cool is he's not going the same path. He actually is trying to do a VDOM like pattern. He didn't want to do granular, which is really hard. It's why the performance is not very good in what he's working on. But it's interesting because he did show it off. Like it does work. It's like without all the fine grain and the memoization, like if you use React like patterns, bad things are like you're not going to get good performance. But he still did prove it out without React. Oh, so, yeah. Did he? I wasn't aware of that. That's cool. So Alexis has been doing a really cool work with reactivity around the different templating languages. So yeah, that's interesting.
Like, are there examples of other people like before Solid like doing a custom transform of the JSX, like not the general?
Yes,
there is. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and I guess people don't know this, but I'm going to give a little shout out because I don't give them enough shout out enough. Surplus.js came up on Twitter this week. I forgot to mention it. This is where I was doing template DSLs. We might have something like Svelte or Vue today if it wasn't for the work this guy did, because Solid's transforms are very like inspired by what Surplus was doing. He had built his own custom compiler, but he had shown that you can do fine-grained reactivity with JSX. There was some, for me, rough edges, and I was actually working with him, but then he was like, I don't have time to maintain this project anymore. My startup's starting to get busy. But like, he doesn't do template cloning, but it's funny, like the way that he teaches it is kind of similar to the way that I teach Solid, right? It's the same idea, like creating the elements and then wrapping them in that's their signals, and then wrapping them in the effects, right? Like it's this was 2016-17. Surplus was the top of the JS framework benchmark. So that's how I found it. I was doing my work and I'm like, I had a reactive library, I had fine-grained reactivity, and I was like doing it. I was like, it's faster than React, obviously. I mean, that isn't hard, but like it wasn't fast enough, you know? So I came across this and I was like, this is the secret. But like, as you can see, this hasn't been updated in like 4 years. So I wanted, as I said, I wasn't even going to, when I found this, I was ready to go, okay, I'm a Surplus dev, let's do this. As things would happen, I pushed stuff further. And I thought at one point maybe DOM expressions and Surplus would kind of merge, and it just never really happened. So, but yeah, I owe a lot to this library. And the other library that people might not know, this lovely library, their JSX is not the standard JSX. You can use the standard JSX, but any place where you're like, oh wow, Inferno's so fast, like in benchmarks and stuff, Inferno uses a custom JSX transform that is not the standard one. And so
there's not VDOM?
It is VDOM, but they use a custom VDOM thing. Instead of compiling everything to functions, they actually they have the compiler generate the VDOM nodes directly. Okay. And by doing this, they can save all the function execution overhead, and it's easier for them to
the static parts.
Exactly, isolate the static parts. Okay. Right? So Inferno, in a sense, also proved that JSX could be done, but for some reason that like never translated to the wider public. People are like, oh, JSX you can't analyze, and And part of this was, as many people know, the Inferno author went on to go work at Facebook, or Meta as it's called now, to work on a special compiler for React based on pre-React. And at a certain point, the project just kind of was abandoned, and he went to go work on, I think it's called Lexical, like a super powered text editor. But most people were like, oh, React tried. It's impossible to analyze JSX and get performance. I know Dom. I've talked to Dom. That's not exactly what happened. He told me, he's like, I actually created some really powerful performance stuff. He's like, similar to Solid in performance, like in that range. He probably, you've seen Block Dom. It's very similar to Solid in performance. He's like, we basically got there, and the problem was, it basically wouldn't be consistent with where React was going, this whole concurrent rendering and whatnot. They had to make certain assumptions.
They're doing a compat. They're doing a React compat.
Oh yeah, Inferno does have React compatibility.
Okay.
When he went to Meta, he actually was working specifically at bringing Inferno into React, and he told me, like, they actually sometimes used Inferno or Inferno-based engine for React and actually like A/B tested it. And he's like, you would think maybe that Inferno was like way faster, but for a number of Facebook pages, it wasn't. Like, it was faster in some ways, but not fast in other ways. React was optimized for different types of usage patterns. Like Inferno, like Solid, is a big benchmark winner, right, on raw rendering speed. But I guess some of the apps and the way they were developed in Meta, Inferno wasn't leveraging it as much. And he said, like, in the end, yeah, Inferno might have been slightly faster, and this, like, and he even made it faster essentially when he made this new compiler. It wasn't enough that the React team was like, because
if you don't have any static parts, does Inferno help? Like, if you have like a fully dynamic app?
Well, and I mean, that was part of it, and even to this date, that's part of the reason why Dom's like, he's like Solid has the right idea. You focus on the holes. That's what the reactive library does. But he's like, you can also do that with a VDOM. Focus on the holes. Like, conceptually, when as I said, he's a VDOM guy. I'm on the reactive side. We look at this stuff. It's not actually that different. People, like, when people play out like it's like they're crazily different. The optimizations look a little bit different, but like they're like different sides of the same coin. It's, I mean, the patterns that come from using it differ. There's a reason why, like, React Memo, and that re-render kind of gets there, but like, and that kind of happens in the user code, but like on the pure rendering side, either approach isn't that big of a difference. It's more on the user code side. But as I was getting at, essentially, React wanted to do this concurrent time slicing stuff, and Inferno was like kind of optimized itself out of that potential. And then when push came to shove, like, they were like, we can make a bunch of these performance improvements, or we can like change the way people build apps, or look at like the concurrency model, use the rail model, do all the suspense stuff. And they were like, we're going to go that way. I don't know if people know this, because a lot of people, like, I saw some tweets on Twitter today, like, oh, React's wasting their time with suspense. They could just, improve the performance. And the thing is, people act like they didn't, like, of course they tried that. like you don't think that the React team could make a version of React that won benchmarks? Like, come on. So they've had some of the best engineers in our field work on that project. So like that's not about, they truly believe in this direction. They're like, versus, despite any like differences I have in opinion, like, I think fine grain is viable. They do not, like, and I intend to continue to show that through the various projects that I'm working on. Like, beyond some like philosophical stuff like that, or some kind of like high level, like, this is better kind of opinion type stuff, the engineering is rock solid on the React side. So like, yeah. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent.
No, I was very curious. Yeah, like this JSX transform stuff, like, yeah, just that I had not seen it in the wild. And when Solid was doing it, it seemed like a very fresh idea. Like, that makes so much sense. Like, if we're putting JSX in our JavaScript files, why are we just compiling it down to just a simple function call? Like, it expresses so much more, probably
yeah.
of reading and understanding what it is expressing and making use of that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as I said, I wasn't the first one. And in my opinion, Vue is going to go there if they haven't already. This is the kind of tweaking that Evan Yu loves. You know, he likes having everything, right? He likes having every syntax and every different feature and everything pulled in. So you can
All
bet
bases covered.
like he's already optimized Vue templates in such a way that they can like see the static parts and hoist them and do smart paths and like do an incredible amount of optimization. If it suits him, I am sure he will do the same with JSX as well. So I think it's going to be more of a trend in the future to see more with JSX rather than less. And we again, there's a Twitter thread this week that where someone's like, let's put JSX finally in the browser as a standard. You know, that's fine, but that's only going to appear like work where that transform works. And I think we're going to a place where custom transforms are like the thing.
I agree. Like you're using a compiler, might as well like do everything. Like use it for everything it can do, right?
You're using a compiler, right? That's the whole thing. I remember reading an article a little while back where someone was like, so the difference between Svelte and React is runtime compilation, the Svelte is compile time or ahead of time compilation. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like you're compiling the JSX, it's happening ahead of time. There's no like, there's no thing. Like, God, what is it? CSS tricks article. Let's see if I can find it. Adam Rakis, my favorite person. Svelte for the experienced React dev. Let's see here. Spark. Everyone likes using the word Spark with Svelte. Ever since Rich Harris did that, everyone likes going Spark something or other. Ahead. Oh, I don't need to prove it. It's fine. Trust me that this article explains how Svelte does ahead of time and React does runtime. I think this is just a funny assumption. When you have JSX, you have a compiler. Like, I don't care if it's a simple compiler that just makes functions.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah. So, okay, let's continue on. This is a fun tangent, but let's see going. And chat, are you still alive? We haven't had a comment in chat now for 3 minutes. Okay, fine. I'm being mean.
So yeah, I think okay, this is just importing an app. So maybe we can go to app.
And then showing the controls. Okay.
Yeah, those are just dev tools. Like when we enable them, then they show in a portal. Otherwise, they don't.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I want to do some improvements to Portal in the future, but I actually kind of love how it's just so like snuck in there. Yeah. I don't use it very often, so when I see it, it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. No, okay. Yeah, with 3D stuff, you need portals actually sometimes, because you want to overlay stuff on top. Makes sense.
Interesting. So you use portals for overlays. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think let's go to app. That's where the entry point is.
This is one of your libraries too?
I've started working on it. I'm trying to see if we need client-side fetching. Like with SolidStart, we're just getting rid of all client-side, like all this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as I said, this guy's a machine. He's built a whole ecosystem stack right here in this demo. So yeah, okay. So I got it. So we have a query provider. So we wrap that, get our query client. We have our router, which is our classic solid app router.
I mean, this is one of the cool things that I think is like a little underrated. Like I can do all these declarations like in my component scope. Like I don't have to worry about if this constructor will run again or not. Like it makes me actually like this local reasoning thing I keep talking about. Like when I have to take the constructor out, put it in a memo or something just to make sure it doesn't run again, I hate it. I just love putting it right there in the JSX.
I see you commented out some routes. I don't know what those are.
I don't think, or maybe it's inside scene. Actually, I think I put it inside scene.
Okay.
So this is just, you have the route.
I just de-gitted this repo. So like, this wasn't like a published thing. I just snatched it down probably in mid-progress state. So yeah, it's all good. All right. So we have some.
This is just, some buttons so that I can open those
different URLs. Yeah. Like the inspect thing and
this is just docs for me. Like I was learning Solid as I was doing this. So I
Yeah,
needed solid
yeah.
docs.
You actually like this was like your first week or two using Solid that you actually
Yeah.
created this, right?
Yeah, I was trying to learn Solid, and I need projects to learn things. And so this was my attempt to like learn Solid. Thank God
Okay.
it's reactive, otherwise I wouldn't have like so
So
React like in its authoring style.
so just out of curiosity, I'm gathering the scene is where our fun happens. But what's a these this is a theater provider with no children, and this is a stock fish engine.
These
What
are
are
just
these?
utilities that hook onto like our state machine. So if you go to Stockfish engine, I think that's just a create effect, which I think I could have put it somewhere over here, but yeah, it's just a create effect that sees if it's black's turn and makes a chess move if it's black's turn.
Oh, okay. So this is how you hook into our AI.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I do it in effect. So like yeah, the game itself is like a global sort of state thing, and I just subscribe to okay when the turn is black, and like after a 10-second delay, do the move. Or
Okay.
like yeah, just like after a small delay, do the move.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So stockfish engine, create effect, make chess move. Okay. Yeah. So don't worry about this too much. The make chess move is from scene. Okay. So scene is really where we want to go, right?
Yeah, scene is where the fun happens.
Okay. So we got a bunch of stuff that I don't even know what it is. Solid 3. Okay. Solid JS. I've seen that one before. Solid.
Is Solid drives some like 3JS utilities. You can it's
Okay.
another port of one of these R3F things, but it basically gives you stuff on top of 3JS, like so that you can use them as components directly.
So this was this hard porting a bunch of React components over? Like,
Not really. So like the JSX almost remains the same, right? The one thing you have to do is always make sure the props are like being wired properly because everybody destructures props. Like that's the time I was complaining to you about destructuring props and like how we should try to avoid that, like make that possible because that was the thing I was doing for
yeah,
every.
you just had to convert everything. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Though
Yeah.
for here I do use now like in this thing I use like a Babel plugin which does the destructuring thing for me. That's why like perspective camera is allowed to have like destructured props.
Which Babel plugin are you using?
It's in a preset that I have, but it's the solid undestructured one. Like
Okay.
yeah.
Warren will love that you're using it. Okay. Cool. Okay.
So
Okay.
scene, yeah, you can go to scene back.
Yeah. So that actually works well in this scenario. That's great. Okay. So then
And then
doing
this pattern also somewhere where I like make the component, like make the element before returning it and use it in render effects.
Yeah.
This was might have been just an attempt to see if this works. I don't know if render effects are necessary here, but
yeah, I mean it's fine. They come more relevant when you have stuff like concurrent rendering and stuff.
okay.
Anything that's kind of being created for the first time, they're a good choice. I wouldn't recommend them for most end user app stuff, but yeah, okay, that's interesting. You probably could have got away with create effect, but that's okay. So we set up some camera stuff. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the JSX here because honestly, I'm not going to understand all the GL stuff, but I think I could structurally follow the app.
Yeah.
So you have a canvas element, and then
you enable. Yeah.
This is a component though, just so that I follow. So this is not part of.
This is from Solid 3 though. Like it's the main sort of entry point of like an app, right? So it's like a replacement for your lowercase canvas. You have lowercase canvas is a 3JS powered canvas element.
Got you, because there is like some stuff that's components like this perspective camera.
Yeah, that's the one you had just defined up there because
exactly. And then there's like some these native elements, right? Like this ref and stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting because also you know what these do better than I do, but I just kind of there's a camera, there's lighting.
Yeah, like the perspective. Yeah. Ambient light is just like it doesn't really add shadows and all. It's just to see stuff. Like you can't see anything if you have zero light. So you have to have an ambient light, and then spotlight is to create all the shadows.
Right. So is this plain the like?
Yeah, the base. Yeah, the red thing. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So like, does VHMR work if I do this?
I'm not sure. No, I have to refresh, I think. I couldn't figure out all the disposal and what is happening.
Did I break something terrible?
No, actually the one issue I was also having was in the HMR stuff because like 3JS like creates a lot of classes and all, and you have to make sure you dispose everything properly.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I have to figure that out. Yeah, like that's one of the things I haven't released this. Like
Yeah, it's fine. I'll work in progress. And then we have a room provider and then a chess room.
yeah. So the
And
chess room is where the game is happening.
chess move, send, and send.
So no, send is down there only.
Send
Send
is
is
down there.
send is okay. This is just another hack I'm doing. But basically, like I'm doing this Cloudflare workers room syncing thing, right, for multiplayer. So this is
Okay.
only if I have a room is send assigned. And if I'm not playing in a room, then you can continue playing without it bothering. So like I just keep
Yeah,
send as a
I
room.
guess that's a whole other thing, how you set up the communication. So
Yeah.
do you have, is it like WebSockets from
Yeah,
the,
it's WebSockets, not sort of abstracted inside like just a few room helper basically. So
okay,
and on the back end it's Cloudflare workers, like an entire Cloudflare stack actually. Durable
right.
objects, KV, everything is involved actually.
Yeah, you weren't kidding about the portals, eh? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. So this is the overlay on the left where like I have the new game and all. So
Yeah.
like yeah. So this is and this is one of the files which I will show off like the custom transformation for, like, because this file has DOM stuff also and it had 3J stuff also.
Right. When you say custom thing is because you have normal DOM elements in with your 3JS stuff. So the simple approach would be to do something like my very simple custom DOM reconciler,
Mm.
but you were like, no, I want to use the most optimal solid with my
Yeah.
3JS. So you went ahead and did something else, didn't you?
Yes. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. So so basically, yeah, I did not want to opt out of anything like the solid just web compiler was doing. And I think not only that, I think there was correctness issues also because I'd have to get SVGs working with that. Then there's all these edge cases. And then yeah, like it was just unoptimal. Then I had to also figure out like the compiler was not totally complete, like class list, all these things that people would expect to just work, all of those would not be working. So I wanted all that to work out of the box, and but still allow like 3JS page components on the same page, but also transform them separately into like what is optimal for them.
Yeah,
And
I'm not gonna lie. Like this was one of those things that like I was like, oh, are we gonna need this? Because it's pretty awkward. Like if you're making solid native, like who cares? Just use the universal thing.
yeah,
So I'm actually pretty stoked for the potential of us merging what you did back into DOM expressions at some point.
yeah.
But if I understand, is this in the node? Like where is it? Is it in here somewhere that I can just,
uh, the code change, like
or like the way that this is actually using optimized solid um,
you
compilate.
want to see the output or like where it's set up.
Yeah, where it's set up versus this that's using 3JS. Like, how do you get this in the
So
same?
I mean, it's inside like your DOM expressions thing only. Like I forked that, and basically like wherever. Yeah, let's see. Actually, we can. So no, you'll have to go to at Vinci on top. Like it's all inside at V.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm just curious. Like as I said, I think we should get this back in. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you got your own version, and then
Yeah. So I'll tell you where you
yeah.
can.
I mean, we're not gonna go through the whole transform
Yeah.
here,
But
but
I can show you something. Uh, yeah, basically like on a per every time we see an element, we have like during configuration we have configured like each element and which renderer it belongs to basically, right? Like so
yeah.
divs belong to this and meshes belong to this. And so like while doing
Is that configuration hidden somewhere, or do you have it like?
no it might be hidden in my preset, but so yeah, I can show you it's in Vinci slash white preset solid.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, is it minified? No.
No, it's just like
Uh,
this.
oh,
Um,
okay. It must be all the way to the bottom actually. There, the
Yeah,
config.
I was just curious. I mean, it's fine. We
No.
we probably don't need to go too far into it. There's lots of stuff in here. 70.
Oh God. Ah, yeah. Okay, right here, right here.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, see, yeah. So because this is our standard options object for DOM expression. So all you had to do is add a renderer option and then go for the DOM, I want the list of all HTML and SVG elements. And then if it misses that, it's going to assume that it needs the universal render. Yeah, this is really cool and something we should bring back into Solid. Essentially, basically have fallback. And this way, based on, what is it, the topmost element in a, is this happening on at a per element level?
Yeah, it's happening on per element level. Yeah, you can have, because within the same component, within the same JSX, you can have both, right? Like, so.
Oh, that's crazy. And it's smart enough to kind of go, oh, insert this template in this template. Okay. And it creates the insert stuff. Yeah, I'm going to have to check this out. This is, I think, as I said, for like Solid Native, we don't need this.
Yeah, exactly.
Solid CLI or whatever.
Solid Ink also doesn't need this,
Yeah. But for other stuff, this
for
way you can get
DOM stuff, like any DOM plus anything, like music and all this, like, I think,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't have much, as I said, experience when I put this together, but the fact that this kind of just slides in nicely, yeah, okay, cool. This is what I was looking for, because yeah, truthfully, we're not going to get it into generate dynamic. So you have a special key which tells it.
Yeah. Basically, I changed from universal to dynamics to do like,
Cool. Yeah, I want to see more of this in the future, but yeah, we won't get into the actual transform or how that works very much on this side. Although I am interested in seeing what the reconciler looks like. Let's talk about the app a little bit more, but then I actually want to look at what you actually did to write a reconciler for Three.js. But yeah, so this is So we're jumping back in here. So this is just
this is just the overlay. But yeah, the board is the interesting. So yeah, so this component itself is interesting, right? Like the chess room has the portal with the overlay.
Yeah, but let's jump to the board, right? That's what people want to. That's what we want to see.
So go all at the bottom is the board. Yeah. So the board is okay for each of the squares. Print out a square. Makes sense. Normal.
Yeah, nothing fancy here.
And then a square is it's a square like on at the bottom, and then it's a piece if there is a piece on top. So quite literally, like, show when there is a piece here, show the piece, what square it is, what color do you want to show, what position, and then
and there's a type, I presume, which is the different types of
type is like rook, queen, bishop, either. And this is piece. So this uses one of the tools again from whatever, Paul Henschner's organization is what I'll keep calling it. But
commanders or something. I don't know how, when you don't have any vowels, it's your own fault for people mispronounce your name.
But so they basically, like, in 3D stuff on the web, the format for like transforming assets is GLTF and GLB, which is like the binary format. So what this does is there is a file which is going to have all the data. But this JSX, there's a lot of commented out stuff. But this is putting the piece model itself within a group so that we can like control its rotation and stuff. And then applying a material to the model. And then you can go to the model itself. The model itself is obviously not designed. Like, I haven't designed the model, so I use this pieces asset.
Yeah, and you just have a preset mesh here that you've.
So what this is doing is so the mesh, the geometry for the mesh on line 151 is coming from the asset itself. So the asset is getting passed into like a JSON geometry thing. Then we pass that and similar. But like what we can do is, even though the asset came with a specific geometry and a specific material, because like I can now compose this here. So I just use the geometry and I use my own material so that now I can color it any way I want. I don't use their default material. So I can.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, so are there file? I guess you.
So it's in public. It's in public. But
I mean, I'm not going to be able to read them here, but it's not. So there's model data. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So that's cool. And then the board and the pieces in the board. Yeah. I mean, from that point, the logic's fairly simple, like straightforward. Like if you've built a Sudoku or a Tetris game in the browser, I strongly recommend you do that. It's super fun with the reactive library to kind of build that kind of game. I did that a lot when I first found Knockout. This is kind of a very similar idea. often it's about a matter of having like some array representing the board, and then just like having different state attached to it, and then having the view be a projection of that. So yeah, okay, that's cool. Honestly, for the there hasn't been many questions here for the board or the game itself. I think we kind of got an idea. It is cool. I am interested in how these events wire in and stuff. I remember the piece model is in this example.
The piece model was that was this.
So like what was it on? Like how are the events? Where's the events coming from?
So the events are not on the piece, right? It's on the group in the piece.
Oh yeah, here.
Sorry. Yeah, they're just being passed right now, and these are sort of accepted natively because, like, I use the event system, like I said, from what React 3 Fiber had done, and so they basically, they look at the canvas, they track your mouse, and then they do raycasts into like.
So I want to see the reconciler. I think that's. I think it's time.
Solid 3 is where it's going to be.
Is his own library then? Yeah, it's not.
It's a separate Solid 3, not inside Vinci. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like, because I showed everyone what a simple DOM one was, and it was like a 60-line file, and everyone was, and it was crushing the benchmark.
It's not going to be that simple. Like there is a lot of I've used like a lot of the stuff that they had done. So and they themselves had created some abstractions like update instance, and let's.
Yeah, this is all compiled. Am I better to go on GitHub and look at the than this?
The ES one might be okay. Like you want to skip all these things on the top. These are.
Yeah, because I'm looking for the like
reconciler, right? Like so
render,
yeah.
So obviously this has been built with like insert to like built with rollup or something, but okay, so insert expression, right? Yeah, I mean this looks a lot like, other people won't know this, but unless maybe they watch my DOM expressions video or they look at the source, this looks a lot. Oh wait. This
does not look like what I have written, actually.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, I wrote that, didn't I?
Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
I was like, this looks a lot like what I wrote. And I'm like, wait, no, that is what I wrote.
And it didn't look like what I had written.
Yeah. So your call is, and this is my wrapper. So what we actually are looking for is where you actually call create render.
This create solid render. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's this one. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, I was like, this looks like Solid's internal. So
and I was like, that's way more complicated than I remember it being. I have not written that smart code at all.
Yeah. That was what I wrote. This is the compiled file, so it has both the source library stuff and the custom stuff that was written. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm like, we expose a really simple API. You only need to like override like 6 or 8 things. So yeah, okay. So create renderer here. So create element.
Yeah, so just
you gotta do something special. Yeah, but otherwise you just call create instance.
Yeah, and then you
create text node, replace text.
Bro, text nodes is not handled properly. Like there's no default text to show in 3JS, so I have to figure out what to do there.
Yeah, I mean that's all fine. And then set property. So apply props to, I'm gonna have to look at see what that is. Insert node, if it's text, just bail out because it's not a real thing. Otherwise, insert before, pen child.
Yeah, a lot of these are already abstractions that the RTF guys had made, and I was able to use like the removing code.
So this wasn't actually that hard because these hooks into the reconciler that I gave were actually similar enough to React that you were able to just reuse them.
Definitely. Yeah, quite similar. Like I was surprised to see if you go up, I think while appending, you have this third argument anchor, and I didn't know what it's for, like for some time. And then I saw that the RTF guys also accept this third argument. Then I read about it, and it was exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So that's cool. But like insert before. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is in my code, but it's mostly like just taken from what they're doing.
Interesting. And, so able to deploy this because this is a little bit more complicated, but basically there's some intermediate objects, and then like
Yeah, these instances is basically like so that we recognize what objects were
Find the
created from
index,
that, we attach some information, some
create a
metadata.
new array, make sure it ends up in the right place in the array. Yeah.
Yeah. So for example, for one thing, like for example, the children have to be managed separately. Like 3JS has this scene composition, but like you can only compose scenes and 3D objects. But like let's say you have a material as a child of a mesh, then you keep track of the children array separately. Like that's what some of this is doing, because it's not by default a child of a mesh. And in 3JS land, it's a property of a mesh, but we allow you to pass it as a children.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
the
So I mean, there's some specifics here, but if you look at this, none of this code is really React specific. Like
yeah.
it's all just like, you have an array. Where do you insert the children? Find the index of the child, spread it in, or like call update function and like whatever this update instance is. I have no clue what this update instance is, but I'm sure if I find it, it's
Just
gonna
call on update.
it's calling some kind of native underlying thing. So that's cool from a porting standpoint because you don't even have to. So okay, I guess that's the other benefit. I was thinking about this today because someone was asking me, or actually not asking. I had a support request on Solid where they were trying to run a Solid library in Next.js, and I was just like, what are you doing? But they weren't trying to make it isomorphic. But the problem was they needed to bring the code in so it'd run in the client, and it kept on complaining at them because, well, Solid does DOM operations, and it was like doesn't know about it, so it kept on crashing, and they're kind of upset with Solid. I'm like, well, but why are you bringing a client library? Like, why are you bringing DOM stuff into the server? It doesn't work. But the thing that occurs to me is like with React, you kind of can, like if you're not like running the code or like doing anything there, like React reconciler and all that abstracts that, like even the intermediate format. It's not until you get to the very end that it actually deals directly with the DOM. So like all the reconciler stuff is pretty like agnostic until you get into like this
The
level
renderer, essentially, yeah.
And I mean, on one hand, that's why Solid has such great performance, because it goes just directly to the DOM. But on the other hand, these sort of abstractions are pretty powerful in that you're not thinking about like React's over here, reconcilers over here, like, you know what I mean? Like this is the power. Like you saw my earlier code for that 3D demo. There's create effects littered throughout. There's no create effects here. Like this, you can take a custom reconciler written for React and a custom one written for Solid, and you can almost just swap it straight in because there's no actual React code.
I literally did. That's what I did for this. That's what I did for Solid Ink. Like Solid Ink is exactly that. Like I took Ink, which is React for the CLI, and just swapped out the React renderer for a Solid one. Like, and that also works. Like I'll demo that after this. But yeah, that also works pretty superb.
We got a question from Michael Rawlings. So with donut nesting, 3 DOM, 3, like does it actually end up working that way? Like when you have DOM elements, they don't get inserted in the canvas. Like how
no, so like in 3JS code, you can have like an capital H HTML component inside your scene, and then whatever elements you put on that, they will be sort of, you can imagine it's in a portal, but the portal it's like it's really nice. Like it will actually stick on to the 3D object in the canvas, but it's being overlaid on an HTML sort of overlay on top of the canvas. But like all the positioning is being handled like via the same mesh. Like if you put it inside a mesh, an HTML thing, then like if you move the mesh around, the HTML also moves around, and you can just sort of have text on top of 3D stuff very easily that way. Like because the text, you don't want to do it all in 3D. Like HTML is perfect for text, and so if you want to coordinate these two things, but going DOM, so you have 3, then you have inside that DOM. I mean, they create sort of separate trees, right? So like when you have a DOM tree and you add a canvas in it, it's not exactly that it's the same tree, because like the canvas is a component and it actually creates like a separate tree for the 3DS stuff. And like whenever the canvas component has to go away, it will dispose everything on the side. And then like similarly, if you have on the side an HTML thing there, then there it will create another sort of, in a portal, it creates another tree, which is again on the side, which will again be disposed when the portal is disposed.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So they are actually independent trees, and it's just the portals that's doing all the layering, and then
Yeah.
they handle their own disposal. Okay. Cool. I think that answers the question. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I mean that's I think that's as far as I can take this demo. That's what I want to see. I want to see the reconciler. I want to see like how you structure your app, and I want to try the demo. You said you had a couple other examples to show. Do you want to share your screen?
Actually, one thing I want to show, like in the chess game, and this is to give a shout out to the guys at Theater JS. Like they're creating this tool, which is to make it very easy to do some very nice animation stuff. And like I'll show you how easy it is. Like if you can get the chess game, like the browser, it's in the browser.
So sorry. Do you want me to go back?
And yeah, it's right here. So like open the debug thing again with control and period.
Yeah.
And go to Theater.
So which theater? Okay.
Yeah, the theater show on the right, do show. Yeah. And then just do control period again to remove this, the debug thing. Like it might come in the way. Yeah. And then go here and do camera. So like this is like a UI they give you. And the UI is actually React based. Like so it's like a React UI because it's just a dev time UI. We run it on top. But yeah, you can go left, right on that. And you'll see like it controls the camera X. But there's really interesting stuff. So like now you can right click on where it says X and do sequence. And so now it gives you this editor here. And create a next to X on the left. No, sorry, on the left. Yeah, click that. So basically what that does is creates a keyframe at this time in the editor. Now shift that right. Yeah, let's say 1 second and create another keyframe. Yeah. Actually, no, click it again. Yeah, maybe you have to start and now you can change the value to a different one.
Sure. Let's go here. Okay.
Now you can take this the blue thing to the zero and press space.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you can like basically coordinate all of these X, Y, Z, like come up from the top and add more keyframes. And then basically like they have all these systems of like saving, like you can this animation is already saved. So now if you refresh, you should have this animation like already available and stuff like that. And these guys are doing some awesome stuff, like getting this easy stuff to the web.
That's really cool. Yeah, someone mentioned, Ryan, you used to make video games in your free time. Obviously, free time is limited these days. Have you made any games using Solid? Not beyond like the Sudoku kind of stuff. This 3D stuff is all pretty new. Duncan I've known for since I was a kid, and he's right. I actually was big into DirectX programming. I was never particularly good at 3D though. I used to use like DirectX to make 2D video games, platformers, and like I love pixel art. But yeah, for the longest time, I wanted to be a game programmer. I tried to make like side scrollers and like Super Mario style games and all that kind of stuff, and like make like 2D physics engines and stuff. And I got into I also worked in the web because like websites are easy money. But I ended up I was playing in the band and I left school, and I was having I wasn't going to get a job in tech as like a university dropout. It was kind of challenging, and I was like going to companies and being like, hey, hire me, whatever. And I actually I got my first job it was actually a QA position as like a kind of co-op QA. And I brought in a bunch of like 3D or like 2D, 3D game demos that I'd built. And I was like, oh, see, here's my programming stuff. And it was all these game demos. But my job was building like a portal, like an admin portal on the web.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
So it was a web programming job, but like all I had to show for my programming was like a bunch of game demos. And that's how, like, I'd done web stuff before a long time ago, as I said, like building like back in the Space Jam days, like websites like that for like bands and for local businesses. But it was pretty funny, because then once I was in there, that's when I got into web dev. I was doing .NET, and then I got into Knockout and everything else. But it was, for the longest time, I thought I was going to be a game developer.
No, I still am like a wannabe game developer, and that's why I'm trying to do all this to like make web developers into game developers. But actually, my sort of origin story into programming, or like where I got really interested, is actually, it's quite silly, but like when I was in high school, I used to try to make like these games in the terminal. So like I made a Pokemon game which like showed a map, and then basically every, like, you, when you clicked right, the person on the map like would move, right? And how I did that was I cleared the screen and was printing. And when I discovered that you could clear the screen and make it feel like it was moving, so I created a roulette, like in like a roulette is that game, like the casino game where the ball moves and then stops on a color. And so I made that by like clearing the screen again and again and like making that spin around. And I was so happy thinking I had like invented graphics. And then when I started reading about it, I realized that's literally how all graphics works. Nothing
Yeah.
you invented. But it was so cool when the first time I realized I can create motion by like clearing screens.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And honestly, that was my start too. The reason I got into even programming was my father. He's like an iron worker by trade. He's a construction guy. He actually literally built the house that we lived in for my childhood.
Oh,
Like him, my grandpa, and my uncle, the engineer, designed it, and they like literally built the house that we lived in. Uh, he um, he went back to school at some point to learn computers,
whoa.
and he was like, he pulled me over when I was 10 years old. And he's like, "Look, Ryan, I made a spaceship." And it was literally like a black screen, and there's like a white arrow, and the white arrow went up the screen from the bottom
Ah,
to the top, repeated, and you could see the flickering. Like there's like a little
yeah,
white line at the bottom,
yeah,
like you could see
I
the
know what you
flickering
mean.
as this thing. I mean, the ship moved pretty smoothly, but it was like
Yeah,
semi-transparent because of the flickering. And this is like DOS programming days, and it was so funny because like I got it. Like I was like 10. I was like, I understood that he didn't just use paint. Like he actually told the computer to do it, and he showed me this code, and it's written in Quick Basic, and I was just like, wow. Like, and
yeah.
so I went and like that was the first thing I did. I remade the demo, and within like 6 months, like I was doing off-screen buffering, and then I was building like
Ah,
2D animations, and I made like an asteroid game about a year in, or like when I was around 11 or 12. But it was a similar demo. Is that it was
yeah.
stupid? Replace the screen, you know?
I that flicker reminds me so much of my game because it's so evident when you're trying to do anything like fast on the terminal, like the flicker around it. Uh,
Yeah.
where was this rendering? This was rendering, like you're saying, it was rendering in the terminal or on
No,
site?
like it was like Quick Basic. So like it run, yeah, essentially, yeah. You'd be in the IDE, which was like DOS based, and you write the program,
Uh,
then you run it, and then it would take over the screen buffer, and like you'd have like a black screen, and like it was in the IDE, but like those IDEs were basically built in DOS. Like I'm revealing my age a bit, but like it was like 1990. Um, so yeah. So uh,
what kind of computer was that on? Like the DOS was
oh yeah,
running?
yeah, yeah. 386SX, I think.
I have no idea what these names.
33 megahertz.
Ooh,
Yeah. Um, yeah.
nice, nice.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, he went. Yeah, how old was I? Yeah, I was about 10. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess it was like 92, 93. But yeah, it was only a couple years before I got into web programming and stuff like that. But that was definitely my start. But yeah, okay.
What was your first computer?
Well, it was that 386. I
Ah, okay.
convinced them that when they got the new computer to let me have that, and I put it in my room. And it was that there was so limited space that I removed Windows because they had Windows 3.1 or something on it. And I was like, Windows is taking up too much space. So I just got like a DOS shell, and then I installed Quick Basic so I could do programming. And that was it. Like, no.
What? Was there any GUI? Like, there's no
Yeah,
what?
yeah, like this DOS style GUI. I just like I threw Windows was too big. I didn't want it to take up space. I wanted to install the games I wanted, and I wanted to do the programming.
Ah,
It was pretty quick after that, right? You got to understand that computers in the mid to early 90s went so rapidly. Like between 1990 and 2003, like every year or two, the computers just doubled in speed. It was just like
ah,
insane. So
okay.
yeah,
Oh shit, yeah. So
so
that, I
yeah,
can't even
yeah, yeah.
imagine no GUIs. Like, I don't know how people would argue with me that Macs would never be as good as.
Well,
Just
see,
stand by that.
It's because I was doing programming and playing games, and Duncan was like the studio guy. He did all the music, he did the recording and stuff.
I think
So
the gamers would still agree, probably.
right, so he Pro Tools and all that. Like obviously, I got my hand in it myself, but like that was his thing. So he always had these Macs to do this, and I would always have like these gaming PCs. But
Yeah, I stuck with Windows till like first year of college, and then I was done. As soon as I
yeah.
used the Mac, yeah, there was no going back.
But yeah, let's go to the next thing. I think this demo has shown its purpose.
Mhm.
Can you share your screen? You can show off some other stuff here.
Yeah. Let me see. I think I'm already,
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you a chance to get
yeah, clean up.
in. And also a question while we go. How Oren did ask this a little earlier. How did you make all of this in 2 weeks? But I think he already partially answered it. Part of it was that that like he was incredibly fast at porting stuff, and thanks to Oren, your plugin in terms of porting React stuff was a lot easier. But I think the other part you already said is you were able to almost copy and paste directly a lot of the
A
stuff
lot
that,
of the code.
yeah, for the
Yes.
React free fiber stuff. Like it was the surprising amount of it was semi framework agnostic.
Yeah, and yeah, I think I've just like started talking to Paul Henschnell, and when I tweeted about like we have Solid and Three working together, and so I've just started discussing if it's possible, right? Like that we can start making like if we can get the R3F core into a framework agnostic stuff, maybe we can have a solid official integration with what those guys are doing, and then all of their like sort of ecosystem work hopefully can be used by the Solid guys as well. Like because right now I'll have to create like a port of everything they do, like because sort of everything is going parallelly. And so if, as much as we can pull out into framework agnostic stuff is going to be awesome. So hopefully we can get somewhere there.
Yeah.
Also, I had a lot of free time, like New Year's, and nowhere to be, nobody to be with. Like I'm alone here in Mountain View because I just come here for work. So yeah, so I just had nothing to do, and got the wrong. I just met Solid at the wrong time when I had all the time to like spend on it. Yeah.
No, your work here has been great. Yeah. So how's the screen going? Are you ready to share your screen?
Do you see my screen on
Yeah,
your?
yeah. I can add it. I just wanted to know if you're
Yeah,
ready.
yeah, no, everything's fine. Yeah, I can show.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've shown Solid 3 what it was doing. Just to take you like just to for you to see a little bit of like in a sort of cleaner way what is happening is, yeah, this is like where the solid render is being used. Let me remove this. Yeah, actually it's not adding too much information to what you had already done, but yeah, it shows like this core web, all of this is almost directly from like R3F stuff. It
Yeah.
was like inside here, I'll show you like actually where React was, and uh like this stuff is they are like the R3F guys export all this from their internal stuff,
Yeah.
like, and then like the React render was just using these utilities to like do its sort of orchestration, and we are able to also use the same utilities almost.
Yeah. Those methods look almost identical.
Yeah, exactly. um Nice. The other, so yeah, so they taking this custom renderer thing far, just like the solid like the React guys have. So I tried the terminal use case, right? And that's Solid Ink here.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I wanted to see this. So he also made a custom renderer for the terminal called Solid Ink. So yeah, let's see
yeah,
this.
again, I'll not take sort of any credit here. Uh this guy has done some amazing work. Like he actually, I don't know if it was foresight or something, but he like so much of his stuff was outside of like what React was doing. Like I think I had to change. Wait, this I've removed completely. But this also Solid Ink. Yeah. Um, like literally, this one file is I think all I had to add, and to sort of support Solid here. More almost all of this is like framework agnostic. It basically is like a DOM on the CLI. So he wrote like a custom DOM thing for the CLI. It uses Yoga, which is Facebook's like Flexbox layout engine to do Flexbox on the CLI.
Yep.
It's crazy. And
I've never seen any of these, so I want to see what it looks like here in a minute. But yeah, keep them going.
yeah, but basically it gives you like DOM nodes, much like div and all. It gives you ink text, ink virtual text. But yeah, over here you can say we do a create element, and based on the element type, we know what to do. Create node, and create node is given to me by these guys here, and ink box is the third thing. I think it's basically just three: ink box, ink text, and ink virtual text.
Yeah.
Create text node is the same. Set property, just some internal stuff they do to keep things in order, but essentially it's just a set attribute call to like what from what they had already provided. Get first child. This I don't know why I haven't implemented it yet. Maybe it wasn't needed. But yeah, again, like almost all of the utilities were like, because it's very similar to how React was doing, and he had already made the renderer cater to like a React reconciler. So thankfully, I was able to use all this stuff. And then there are a few like sort of utility components they provide, like text, box, spacer. But like, yeah, let's see how this plays. So I have a playground here with a few examples. um, let's see. So this is like a simple example. I just show some of the styling things possible, right? So yeah, what it looks like. So I
Yeah.
have basically bundled all of it together, right? So it's like solid.js plus the renderer and box
I
and text.
see. So he puts like CSS properties more or less on the elements
Yeah,
directly. So you have like flex direction and padding. Okay, that's cool. I
yeah,
can do that.
and then you just do render, like, and then this renders to the CLI. And let's see if we can run this. Solid and play ink playground.
You might want to hide the little messages. Might block stuff too a little
This.
bit. Yeah, just hide it.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Oh, I thought it would hide my screen. That's pretty dumb. Okay. Border. Yeah. It does like a compilation right now. But yeah, so like,
Okay.
yeah, you can see. So this is doing, yeah, flexbox. So this flex text in column, then in two rows, it has like this first row and then the second row of stuff and different borders. Yeah, so this is styling stuff, which is awesome. But normally you need state, right? So this is how the
Okay.
counter looks here. So you have
We've all seen the
all
counter.
the counter on the playground. This is like almost exactly the same.
Yeah,
You,
I love this example. Everyone knows I love this example because
yeah,
it's like the hardest thing to do in React, but really easy for us to do.
yeah. So let's see what this looks like. This is it,
It's funny.
updating the
You
count.
probably don't even need that crit effect, right?
Yeah, yeah, except yeah, for the
Right.
cleaner maybe.
Actually, this is looks like it's like React code almost because our effects don't even clean up on return.
Oh yeah, this might have, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
it doesn't matter. It still
Yeah,
works,
I
right?
know this is yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, I just want to show you quickly like some of the other things. Like, so this is like a select input. Again, yeah,
Yeah.
you can componentize all this, and then you have like a select input going, and this is select input with items, like very, very reactive stuff. And again, like you can have callbacks, and you can like set state in these callbacks. So search is one of these things that I think like is a little complicated one. So like you have your query here, and then we have a text input, and this is really complicated. So you have a placeholder. This is a
So
component.
because he has this library already that's basically framework agnostic that you wrap. Like is this using the custom renderer? I see all big capital components here. Is this
This is using the custom renderer because I think box, for some reason, he had created a component. Let me see what this does apart from just rendering a ink box. This,
okay? I mean,
I think it just does some like styling stuff.
okay, that's not a big deal.
Default
Okay,
styles.
so it is a custom renderer. So, but essentially, he basically has already created the component library for you. Like, so I guess this is always the thing. Like,
So text input is something I had to write here, like, and this is again taken from him. But yeah, text input is doing some state to like manage the. Um,
yeah, I gotta say that's probably the coolest thing about these custom renderers because essentially, like, because it's a platform, because they don't have native elements, they get to create their own native elements. So generally, when you opt into a custom renderer, you're basically opting into like a whole component library. Like you have like it's like a whole new world where all the pieces are kind of there for you, assuming that they're written in a generic way. You're like, okay, there's this ink library that already does stuff or whatever, and I'm just going to bring it in, and now I have a full set of components that work in the terminal.
Yeah. No, that's the point. But it's more like it's the set of host components. Normally, it's like it's not trying to be a component library. It's just
Yeah.
trying to be the host components. But yeah, like the idea is that yeah, much like with 3JS, right? Like 3JS are also classes, but we just sort of give you a virtualized DOM kind of for your canvas stuff. And this is again just like it's given you a DOM implementation similar to like whatever the DOM is doing. But yeah, you give these custom elements, you can register your own, and yeah, it's like the rendering life cycle is what you care about, and then all around that you figure out okay how do you want to render stuff. But
Yeah. This makes me like so happy. It's so funny because it wasn't hard for me to add the custom render. I like the logic, the stuff that I needed to know was like when I looked at the others, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is just DOM manipulation. Like it's a tree, so I know how to write an optimal DOM reconciler. I've done that many times in the past, and it's a small port of what Solid already does. But to see what others can do, like once I've taken the hard problem, like I guess that's the hard problem off their hands, it seems like you like there's so much you can do here. Like
exactly.
you're like, hey, I don't like divs. I just want to make a new universe where this is what you're dealing with. Like abstract over the DOM. You're like, I have my button and I have my like. You just create a whole bunch of new elements and go
Yeah.
like, welcome to the new DOM. You can just make it and test it out here and go, look here, people, come install the new DOM, like DOM
With the
2.0.
universal renderer, yeah, something like that was already possible, right? Like with the universal renderer, you can sort of make the backend a little dynamic where you don't have a fixed set of DOM nodes. You can like allow people to register new kinds of DOM nodes, and then it would like you have like a DOM that you can extend, sort of like web components, right? You get web components inside SolidJS.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
But
Is
this
there
is
any other cool CLI ones you
yeah,
got?
this one is a search one, which I think is a pretty interesting one. So it on text input it passes the value on change. We look at we like update our local state here, so like for and you can imagine this local state being used to like compute search results. Right now I use like every letter as a search result. So as I type, you'll see like, and you can imagine like how you would attach this set to like some state results, right? Like
Yeah.
as I'm changing, everything is being rendering just in place, and things are being rendered below it, above it, like these spinners are being rendered above it. uh, and then yeah, as I change, things are being, and when I'm completely out, it renders a placeholder as well. And
Yeah.
then once I'm done and when I press enter, it like console logs it here, and then keeps making sure like the rest of the app is still running, right? Like because on
Yeah,
Sunday I've just done.
this is really quite cool because in this one you don't actually have any real DOM. It's like I was saying, this is just pure universal renderer, but like the control flow works. Like that for
Yeah, exactly.
down below. This is our standard for
Exactly.
component.
Yeah, there's nothing different here. It's exactly the same. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff I found really cool. Yeah, and you can use like margins to like add, yeah, just like normal styling to change how far this stuff is going to render. No, we don't have hot module replacement yet.
Yeah, I guess that's always fun. Platform specific pieces, but
Yeah. But yeah, so these are just like components I use in these examples. So spinner, text input. These are then you can like start componentizing some of your CLI utilities.
oh man. Yeah, I could see once you get started, you're just like, what else can I make with
Yeah,
this?
exactly. No, yeah, it takes you down a rabbit hole. Uh, yeah, this was Solid Ink. I guess like I have one more, which is like actually Markdown. It's not a custom renderer. It's just a transform we do so that we can like do Markdown stuff. But I guess I can show like an example of that if you're interested.
Yeah. Sorry,
Right?
Markdown is something that people have been interested in Solid, and we haven't had a good solution. Before you show the Markdown, just out of curiosity, like high level, how did you approach it? Because we've had a lot of challenges dealing with Markdown and MDX and stuff. Like,
Yeah. So essentially, what React does, I looked at what React does is take the Markdown. There is MDX, JS, XTM, these two sort of compilers that take Markdown into JSX essentially, right? It produces a JSX component for your Markdown file. Uh, and what React is doing, the React version of this was doing the JSX, including the transpilation, and then you're getting like directly JavaScript code that you can run in your browser. Perfect. But with Solid, we had a few more concerns, right? Like we need because so much is related to our JavaScript transform, our hot module replacement, our sort of state updates, dynamic stuff. So we needed the same compiler to not do too much, right? We just needed it to give us JSX, and then we can take over, right? Like we know how to
Right.
what to do with JSX. And so I think in earlier solutions were trying to do the whole thing where they were taking MDX and trying to do the MDX compilation, do the JSX compilation in a plugin, and try to output that and make sure it still worked fine. The approach I took was that we already have a pipeline for compiling TSX, JSX stuff. The solid plugin's already there. So and the likelihood is that the solid plugin can be configurable, right? Like you, for example, for something like custom renderers, you would have to customize it, and so you want all the MDX stuff to be able to use all that, because like for example in my MDX stuff, if I start using 3J like R3F code, like solid 3 code, I want it to work with my sort of transformation. And
Yeah.
so essentially what we eventually ended up landing on was this solution where we use XDM or MDXJS. There are two
Yep.
solutions as a white plugin, and we ask it to keep the JSX, use SolidJS as the import source, and they have this option of providers to provide. And thankfully, we have like context, right? So we can it applies one-on-one to what the React concept was, but it is a React concept where you're like, when you render this MDX, it is going to have H1, H2, P components in it. And so, like, what do you want to render if you don't want to just render like normal DOM elements? So this is a way for you to override it. So we provide like default implementations for all the DOM nodes. It just like makes the same DOM node essentially, but we have to do it with dynamic because it's strings involved. But then you can like override it when you import a .mdx file into your JSX component, and when you're about to render it, you can pass it a components sort of. So let me see if I have an example here. Oh, wait, I don't have an example here. But essentially, like you can when you make a component, you can like pass it components as a prop, and that can just be a set of overrides. So you can be like, for H1 render this component, and then you just give it a component that you want to render for every H1. It will receive the same props, so it will receive children, text, and all, and then you just like decide how you want to render it.
Okay.
And you just set up that, and then you put your own solid, like whatever your version of the solid plugin you're using to do your compilation, and you just give it the extensions that it should also support for
Okay.
like transpilation. And now what you get is this, for people who haven't seen this before, this is like what a SolidStart app is starting to come to look like. This pages is you'll be familiar from Next.js or whatever, but inside this you'll see like all of these are Markdown files, just state Markdown files. This full disclaimer is like remixes documentation forked so that we can do SolidStart documentation on top. But yeah, let's see if we run this. That's not good. Wait, am I in the wrong place? Oh yeah, sorry. This is with MDXTS. So this is a different example. Let me open this example. Docs. Open it. God, what is happening? We changed pages to routes. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. It's okay.
We break solids. I break SolidStart nightly. You know.
I contribute a lot to that.
There
But yeah,
we go.
like okay, these are the sort of the endpoints that are produced just from these Markdown files. So you can imagine like, and you can do static generation on top of this and get a pretty fast like Markdown to documentation side going. But you open any of these, what happened? Oh, it opened somewhere else. Sorry, let me bring that.
Yeah, it's always the fun thing when you got StreamYard going. Yeah, so there's no CSS here, right? But
yeah, so there's some CSS I've applied to like make it look better in a prose. The headers are added, but yeah, like all the styling around it, the navigation stuff, I haven't figured out. I added some code styling earlier.
yeah, these are remix docs. You can.
Yeah, these are these are remix docs. Like
You
so,
can
yeah.
talk about remix tonight.
Yeah, there are plugins like which will handle all this front matter and stuff, and I haven't set that up yet. But yeah, this was just to show an example of like Markdown working with.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked on it. It seems pretty essential for doc sites. A lot of websites, blog sites or whatnot. It's so much easier just to write it in Markdown,
Exactly.
and the fact that you can just kind of interchange it with the JSX
Yeah,
naturally.
yeah. Hopefully, like this stuff can become meta tags, and I think that's what Remix does, like change these to meta tags for from here. So hopefully, we can do something like that. Um,
That's definitely very cool. And it's just a Vite plugin, so
yeah, yeah.
for the
Not
most
written by us. That's even better.
yeah, that's the thing. We've been working on a lot of like Vite plugin pieces, and
Man, those guys are awesome.
yeah, you went in and you split them all out, so they were. I had 1 mega Vite plugin doing like everything, because I was just like, oh yeah, we need this, we need this, we need this, and thankfully you went in and split them out now into like a bunch of separate plugins, because conceptually, since we've been building everything on Vite, it's not hard to picture that SolidStart is like that opinionated piece that has like some specific pieces that we've chosen that work well, that are a good set of defaults, but like the file-based routing or this MDX plugin, or any, because this MDX plugin is using the file-based routing. Essentially, it's easy to picture how our starter templates are also built on Vite, like the ones that you just like get from our templates repo. It's not hard to picture just adding these plugins to there, like where they make sense. Sure, those are client side, but as long as we kind of take that into consideration in terms of like the plugins you can use, like why can't you use file-based routing with a client side only app, or what, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I think this is
essentially,
a good example of like how we've set it up, right? Like we have almost all these pieces as like separate components that you can like split out of, and
yeah, right now they're still all in the same repo and
yeah,
same project, but I imagine that we will split these out at some point as they start stabilizing, because yeah, we're on Vite, and we've been doing that. It's a great platform, and it makes things really plug and play. The amount of stuff we get for free here is amazing.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
And for the end users, it's a pleasure to use. I think the hardest thing about Vite is that if you peel underneath, like lift up the curtains a little bit, you'll see that it's a whole bunch of stuff or a few things
Uh,
hacked together in a very messy way that is confusing and can be, like you're just like, oh, okay, like it can be hard at times, but from the outside perspective, Vite is amazing. So
okay, okay, get it.
that's my take. I'm just like, there's tricky things. You have to deal with the fact that you have rollup plugins that aren't compatible with rollup necessarily, and ES
Uh-huh.
build under the hood that it does some stuff and not other stuff. There's tricky parts, but
Yeah, it
cover
doesn't
it up.
torture it doesn't torture the user
Yeah,
like
at all, right? It's a pleasure to use. So,
yeah,
and once the plugins are all together, like these probably will never be like they're not transportable roll up. They're very specific. I don't see this like as a universal plugin
yeah.
format. But if you're on Vite and your stuff's all on Vite, like you're good to go.
Yeah, Vite is crazy in the sense that it actually makes me want to leave the config there and keep it like, I know I can change it. I know it's like so usable that I actually want to keep the config. For Next.js, I was so glad that I never have to see the Webpack config that they have there. I don't even want to imagine what it looks like. But for the Vite stuff, I just want to have my plugins there just in case I want to take them out or want to add new ones or want to reorder them. It's amazing. And I think like, yeah, it is again like I think Rich Harris's taste coming down to us, because like it's based on the roll up API exactly.
Yeah.
And that is really ergonomic, the roll up API, like lower transform resolve. These have three things you do with a file. Just figure out what you want to change. But yeah. Um I know you're a little you don't want to jump the gun on this, but I wanted to
Okay,
discuss.
you can sure go for it. I've been a little hesitant showing people stuff on SolidStart because I know stuff's still changing, but we can always use some early feedback. I'm gathering people in the chat. You guys want to see some of the latest stuff going on with SolidStart? See what we've been building. Yeah, I mean, say something in the chat if that's something that would interest you. I'll wait. I'll drink some water.
Same actually.
And actually, while that's going, there's actually a couple questions you can answer.
Can you create animation on the CLI? Yeah, so you can control state just like you would. So like let's say you just had like let's say an X variable, right? Like you're constantly updating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then on the screen you can just have a, a letter appearing X margin rights away, and so the margin right would keep changing, the X would keep going away, and then you can now control, like you can tween how the X changes. So because it's like it all flows down from state, if you can animate a JavaScript value with like pop motion is actually perfect for this. You just use pop motion, it will give you a subscribe method to the animation, and you just set state with the return value.
Cool. One more question.
There's this one YouTuber who was doing some crazy math to like do a game on the CLI, but he was doing all the math to make it have perspective, like to so with camera and just like so that he was rendering things a little diagonally, so that when you moved around, it seemed like you had perspective in the CLI. That was so spooky. No, I don't know. I don't think I can do that yet.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like some people are interested in seeing some
Okay.
SolidStart stuff. I think that's where we're going here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I guess like one thing just to prompt off thing is like one of the big things we were working on is the interaction with the server side that the client has. I think the client side, so Solid has figured out pretty well what to do, what to render, when to hydrate, and stuff like that. But as like Ryan also observed, it's this interaction with the server, this piece that most of these meta frameworks are like trying to put their spin on and like trying to get opinionated about and give you out of the box. And we were trying to figure out what the best way to do this for Solid is. And a few of the current models are you have something like API route. So if you're coming from Next.js, you have like you create a new page in a /API folder, and then you fetch from that file, from that route that you created. You do the parsing of the JSON, you send JSON, and then you basically use that data in your app. Then in the middle came something called Blitz.js. I don't know if everybody is used to it, but Blitz.js used to have this concept of let me get an example here. So I had this example, but Blitz.js used to have this example of you could do import. Sorry.
And for people who were using SolidStart earlier, I had this concept called actions. It was very similar to Blitz, where you could basically use the imports. And in my case, I use proxies, but as a way of essentially having a specialized endpoint, like a function, like an RPC call. So you basically just import the file, import the function, and if it's on the server, it'll just call the function. But if it's on the client, it will actually make a request in the background and call the function on the server.
So this is an example of like this get user you would use somewhere in your function you could just use it as an async function. And like Ryan said, on the server is just calling the function, on the client is doing a fetch call. And this I thought was a very nice API because firstly it lets you use TypeScript out of the box. Like, so if you're using TypeScript to define get user in the other file, you get autocomplete out of the box, no like extra gymnastics required. The compiler takes care of it. The one issue, and obviously like all the benefits of an RPC, like you can co-locate this code pretty close to your component. It still has to be a separate file, but it can be pretty close to your component. And you don't have to figure out what to stringify, what to parse. It's just JSON. So it's easier to use.
I mean, it's funny because I never saw Blitz. Like I'd never seen Blitz. I hadn't seen TRPC, and I forget where I got the idea from exactly, or like what influenced me. But I built something very similar into SolidStart. Yeah. I was like, this looks very appealing, and I was really gung ho on that. I was trying to force this on everyone because everyone's like, "Oh, I want API routes," and I'm like, "No, you want this."
yeah.
And then someone's finally like, "It's Blitz," and I'm like, Yes, it is Blitz. I think this is very very
and
appealing.
and Blitz was getting very popular with like the people started using it, and it was really this part where like the API layer was really abstracted away from you. Um, and yeah, actually looking at actions in your thing was what got me excited, and thinking that you would be okay with like the model I'm going to propose or something like that, right? Like
Yeah,
this RPC heavy, like co-location heavy models. So this is Blitz. The third model that came in this paradigm of like doing server interaction with the client, and this server interactions we're talking about is mostly like data for your components or actions from your components, like for your UI specifically. So Remix came up with this third model, which is next to your components, you export one loader, export function loader.
yeah,
This takes a request and you return a response. And this request is available when you do something like this use data call here, right? Like
mm,
whatever this loader responded with, that would be available here. And like every page would have also a default action. An action is essentially the endpoint that's hit when you submit a form, like on this page. So if you have a default form on this page, you submit that form, this action is what will be hit, and then you can like get form data of this request, decide what to do with it. Copilot trying to tell me what to do. But
yeah,
yeah, but yeah, so this is Remix's API of like, okay, every page can have an accompanying loader, accompanying action. This is really awesome. Again, like I think it takes the co-location even further. So like for the component, you have the loader right there, you have the action right there. But I think the problem I found with this is, the first problem I had was this loader. Um, the first was obviously, I think a TypeScript problem was one for me, which is like I have to take the types out, declare them twice. The other was that we're not big fan of like name exporting stuff and like using that as the API for like.
right. And there was a third thing, and this is kind of a solid kind of detail. Solid runs on reactivity, and reactivity runs once, and like that's how it tracks. So while we could kind of build things, if it updates in the browser, we need reactivity in the browser. And we have create resource, which has the two halves. It has the query half, and it has like where you generate the query, and then it has the part that does the actual fetching. The one half is reactive, the other part is a promise factory. And the reason we do that is because the reactive part always has to run, it updates, it does the work. But the fetcher, we can do interesting things like fetch on the server, finish in the client, or fetch on the client and finish the client. And the separation allows us to basically do that isomorphic trick where we like start a promise and have it resolve in the
Yeah,
client. And essentially, and you valued this too. So it would be really cool if we could keep our client-side model. One of the cool
exactly.
things is those like data functions we had in the router, and our approach to doing this parallelized fetching. It wasn't tied to the server like Remix. It was like I've been using this. I showed it in last stream, was it, where I showed a client-side rendered solid app like beating everybody in the benchmark. It was because we used these parallelized fetching thing, and that's what I was doing for years in the client side. It really performant. You don't need a special meta framework to do this. I built the router that way, and essentially I value the option of being able to do things both ways. Not just be like, okay, no, this is the one way you fetch data. Like if
Yeah,
you want to fetch directly from the client, go for it. Maybe it's faster. Like I
exactly.
said
Yeah,
last
yeah,
week.
yeah.
And
You're saying this create resource here inside this over here is like where all your arbitrariness goes. You can fetch from the client, go back to
right.
the server,
And
and
and the, and the challenge of the remix model, at least for us, was we had to have a different thing. We have the like Svelte actually has the isomorphic loader like we do, which we call the data function. But then we need another loader that only ran on the server and can connect the dots. So having all these exports and stuff, it's kind of messy and doesn't fit with our
yeah.
patterns. So yeah, that's my real up.
Mhm.
Continue.
And another issue I found with this action model was like, is it really realistic that there's only one form per page? And this sort of, because it pushes that model really. And I think
Yeah.
like very realistic that there are more forms per page. I know like
you can hit different endpoints, but now you're priced into, I mean, it's fine. If you like REST API type style, go make a file for every single endpoint that you're going to hit. There's like a disconnect here conceptually, because when you make a REST API, you're making it's model centric, essentially, right?
Mhm.
Like if you use Rails and you're like, make my REST API, you'll have a show, an index, a post, like it'll have all the verbs tied to that model. And in a lot of cases, you'll have a page that maybe reflects that as well, but it's not necessarily one for one thing. Just because you have a post page doesn't mean it reflects the post's API necessarily. So in one way, the action mechanism in a straightforward, the way it overlays on stuff in Remix works really well, like in like this kind of case, because it, from a progressive enhancement standpoint, like where you do load HTML pages, like it works seamlessly. But the thing is, the reason I like the RPC stuff was because I could just like write some functions, just be like, oh, yeah, this is my APIs, whatever I feel like it. I don't need to make 10 different files to represent this. I just make one file and or two files and make the functions that I care about like this here and the functions I care about this here. But my problem with actions was they weren't co-located enough. The reason you want to co-locate is, and it's kind of weird, it's intuitive because it's less dry, but that's how you get specificity. Because if you make a general API that you're going to use in a bunch of places, then eventually one of those places is going to be like, no, I want to format the date differently. And heaven forbid, you don't want to bring moment into the browser, right? So like the whole React server components thing and a lot of, and even Remix, this is where it succeeds well, is that you're like, for this location,
the data is
it's already formatted for me. It's per component thing. So I wanted the flexibility in the sense to both be able to just group things however I wanted, like have multiple functions, and be able to aggressively co-locate. And those things are kind of in conflict.
I'm a fan of like aggressive co-location as well, right? And I think why aggressive co-location is a good model to sort of pursue is because like if you allow people to aggressively co-locate, they can obviously take it as far from the file as they want. But then they do that because it fits their mental model of how those pieces are fitting, not because the tech makes you put it in a separate file or makes you put it in the same file. It's then up to you for it's like essentially for my app, I want to think of my whole app as one namespace, right? And then I split things into files as they make sense to me when I want to go back and edit them, when I want to refer to similar pieces together. And I think when the tech starts prescribing how you should also like, and like this is my thing with file-based routing also, like I think it gives you a lot of pros, and so I think I'll buy into it most of the time. But yeah, I think like there's still some places where you're like, okay, I'm just starting off an app. I don't want to create 4 files and then figure out if I'm like, import my components in all of them. Maybe I just want to start off with one file. And if that's allowed, and then you can split out into as many, routes folders as you want. It's up to you now to like organize your code into like what makes sense to you. The tech doesn't prescribe anything.
Yeah, definitely. So are we ready to show people what you've been working on?
Yeah. Okay. So
some of this stuff. Bye-bye loader, bye-bye action.
Bye-bye loader, bye-bye action. Actually,
maybe make your window a little bit bigger because we're not really demoing anything in the browser. You can make your IDE bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this jokes example is where I'll show some of the magic we've been working on. This jokes example is again, kudos to the Remix guys. They're literally the 3 of the best teachers in the world. So I take all teaching resources from them because they know what they're doing on that front. So you have your entry client, your entry server, nothing weird here. These are, like as you'd guess, entry points to when your server is running on the platform. So now let's look at routes.
Although the one thing people might notice which is new, is those entries actually do use the browser request response object.
Okay.
Remix has had that influence on us. We are actually using standard request response. Cloudflare workers and stuff use it. We've made the aliases to Node. It's all universal on top of the adapters, and now you have access to this, and we've made sure that it supports streaming. So yeah. And the platforms,
that's also pretty cool here. We can show that, right? Like entry server is now, because it's modular, like you control the top level like request to response pipeline, and so you decide what to include. So this, you can either render page to async string, render to like stream, right? And then this is as simple as like changing, okay, what renderer you use in your handler. And so
Yeah.
that was the main point, I think, behind exposing entry server and entry client to like give real flexibility here. Um, but yeah, let's see how some of the data stuff is going. So this is an example of the jokes screen.
Yeah.
And if you look at the joke screen here from Remix, it is quite similar, right? Like it has uses this loader data, and this loader is defined here. And this loader runs on the server. And we know that like because we know what the loader is doing. And so we wanted to see, and this co-location is almost as close as it could get. This could even be here, but yeah, this is quite co-located. And let's see what we can do with our model. So we have this use data that you must be familiar with from Solid App Router, but essentially we now allow you to add this export, and you'll
Right.
see this export is designed to be isomorphic. So the same route data, just like your dot data files from Solid App Router, they're running the same on the server and the client. So, and this is so that suspense works with resources, hydration works, because all of that is defined around resources. But inside, so you remember from create resource that you basically get a promise, right? Like a promise generator function. And so the API we've thought of is like, what if you could just define your API generating function as this code inside runs on the server, and this by marking it with a server sort of function call around it, you essentially turn this async function inside here into a sort of an API endpoint that calling this like what this returns you. If you call that, you're essentially doing an RPC call to this function here inside that, and what this returns is what you get returned as JSON in your data here. And
Yeah.
so
Like if you don't have that server function, this just runs on the server, then runs on the client. Like if you've
yeah,
ever seen any of the Hacker News demos, that's all we're doing. In the data TS, we're just calling the data, and then we call use data. But here, just wrap that call in a server call. Obviously, this isn't going to work without server because you're hitting a database.
but to support this point, so for example, so we're doing a similar thing here, right? Like, and this is again to show you the flexibility. So this fetch API is just a function we've defined somewhere else in a different, but we over here sort of just decide that, okay, maybe I want to do this all data fetching on the server, right? And so now I can just over here, I can wrap this in a server call. It becomes an endpoint. The fetch API is never called on the client. This file is not imported on the client. All of that is kept out. And then like yesterday, this was funny, right? Like yesterday I was showing you this example. You did this, you added the servers here, you ran it, and you're like, wait, this is slower than running it on the client. And we observed that the fetch API that we have is hitting these endpoints, and they turn out to be slower when we do it from the server, when we instead of when we do it from the client itself, like because these are just external endpoints. And so it was such an awesome moment when I could tell Ryan that all you have to do is just remove the server call, right? And now this fetch API is happening on the client. And as long as the fetch API itself, like this function is isomorphic, this works, right? Like you can just add and remove the server function to control what happens on the server, what happens on the client. And the idea is that you really do think of what your server is doing just as an async function, right? Like you have to wrap it in French, you have to, in a fetch call, you have to make a request, send a response, but it essentially is an async function. And we want to...
Yeah, because the function here isn't like isn't special, right? Like this is a create resource thing. The function there has a create resource signature. It passes in the source, and then it passes in the object with, is it refetching, and like all the stuff. You just cross the boundary, and suddenly the function that you call for your resource, you provide a resource, just happens to run on the server with all the same arguments.
Yeah. And this can be taken, I think, like this allows a crazy level of composability with this stuff, right? So now you can imagine that, for example, let's look at here. So like, because the sorry, this is the Remix example. But yeah, because this server thing can be anywhere, right? Like for me, like refactoring things is just taking that server along with me. Like even, or even if I don't do that, I can just take this out, take that out. this server call I can put in my component. Like if I want to not do prefetching and I want to subscribe, like I want to do in component like data fetching, right? Like it might be a deopt, but
Don't do that. No luck.
but this stays in here, right? Like this is not a problem, and this is sort of as co-located as you could get with your data. I like right now the reason we do it outside, and it's a very good reason, is that because we want to do prefetching, right? When we come to this route, we want to getting the data before we can start rendering the screen. And it's not for a technical reason, right? Like we're not splitting it out because we need to run it on the server. We're splitting it out because we need to run it before we need to run our
this data function actually ends up in the main bundle, and the component code ends up in the split chunk. So what essentially happens is when you hit a new route, the data function code is already there, and it goes, okay, I'm going to fetch, and then I'm going to grab the code split code at the exact same time. So and it's not just one level deep. We have nested routing. So it actually goes, okay, every data function along this route, because we know what the route is, go fetch at the same time, and every component nested level, go fetch those all at the same time. And then we got a race on our hands. Whatever one comes in first, if the data comes in first, then there's no component to render, so who cares, right? But if the component comes in first, it starts rendering and waiting for the data, and it triggers suspense. Like suspense is still running. And the thing if anyone knows how solid suspense works, is we don't throw stuff away. We build real DOM nodes during the suspense. So essentially, you actually get a head start. You're actually building your UI before the data comes in while suspending or doing the transition, and then the data comes in and completes the story. So this means for really efficient data loading. As I said, we've been using this technique forever on the client side rendering, and this is just like a nice little addition. We're like, oh no, I'm just going to fetch from the server, and I didn't have to do anything special. I didn't have to make an API or anything. I just server.
Yeah, another thing we thought about was like how, like let's say you already have a client-side app with like Solid App Router use, and now you want to convert into SSR, start using something like SolidStart. We don't want to have you change your mental model, change how you're doing these things, change where you're writing your async functions to figure out how to do server-side only work, right? And that's what you want to do with SSR, do a lot of work on the server side. And just like opting into server-side only functionality should be really, really, really easy, like, and anywhere in the code. So for example, so this was on the data fetching side, right? Like, so we have these server calls, like sort of almost all over the place. For example, this shows the server call being used slightly differently, because over here, we might want to catch the error and do different things based on what the error was. So now this server call can be composed even more inside my function, and it will be sort of, this will run, but like from the consumer side, you can think of this throw as catching this sort of this catch as catching this throw, and this throw is running on the server, right? Like since it's inside the server function, this throw is happening on the server, but what you catch here would be the same response. And go ahead. What you want to say?
No, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't see this.
Typing, for the TypeScript stuff, I don't know, like this is now my ideal way of doing it. Like I just use the reference from route data over here. And so now like data is properly typed. So like I don't need to write any new types anywhere. Like, so I could comment out loader data and all the stuff they were doing.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the TypeScript side.
No, never want to write types. Like almost all the APIs I try to come up with have to be typed.
I got a really simple solution for that. You use a .js extension, and then you just don't have to write types.
I've tried that. I tried to do like Rich was saying that he has an amazing experience doing like JS doc based TypeScript. I can't take it. I actually
I'm just bugging you.
No, you have such a long history. I think I have like only almost done TypeScript. Like for me, JavaScript is like, what is happening? It's not telling me what to do. But I wanted to show you another thing we were working on is, and this is like, Remix boasts of like how they do forms, right? And we wanted to figure out how we would do forms. And so I wanted to show off how forms and sort of our server side API fits very well, right? Like, so
because you haven't mentioned it yet, but you can have as many server functions on a file
on a page as many possible. Yeah, so like the server modules, it doesn't matter like where you use them. Probably the only rule is that don't use things inside here that you declare outside here.
Yeah, they get
Yeah.
hoisted top level, so that is a consideration here. You can't like use closures in them, but like
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, still figuring out how to communicate everything there, and like probably the compiler should be able to help in like catching those bugs early if you do something like that. But essentially what we do is the helper we're trying to come up with is something like a create form helper. So what Remix does is, and you can see the example here, I want to show a different form because I want to make a point where so they have this joke ID, and they have this action here, which is basically action is what gets called like when a form is submitted, and this action is for deleting a joke. But this action is not actually used. Like if you see the component, yeah, this here. So this action is not really used here. It's being used in, so this just renders joke display. And now in joke display, you have to do, wait, I didn't go.
right, because the it's the joke endpoint, so you have to co-locate it with the file, but you're actually using it somewhere else.
But yeah, so like in their example, they were doing const use action data and like doing the form here, right?
Yeah,
And so like they were doing the form here, but the action that it would trigger was in like they would need to know where joke display was embedded, like which all roots, and only then they could make sure that okay, it's calling the right action when I do a form submission here. And so that I thought was a slight issue. And the API I could think of was that you should be declaring this right here, right? Like you should be declaring if there's a delete form here associated with a joke, you should be declaring what the server side functionality for that is right here.
yeah, because you can always abstract away the actual server function call if you like want to make
Yeah.
an API out of it.
No,
Like
yeah, definitely, definitely. No, yeah, that's definitely possible. You can take things far away as much as you want. I'm trying to think of how close you get them to like where you use them.
yeah.
um so yeah, that's my main intention. So over here, yeah, so like this you can just like be like okay, const.
Yeah. You don't have to do it. I think everyone gets what
Yeah,
you're saying, but
yeah,
you
yeah,
could just put it somewhere else if it made
yeah.
sense.
And so like what exactly happens here is you do a create form, and create form just like create resource accepts a promise, like promise producing function, but in this case it's a form, it's an async function that takes a form data as an argument and does processing and whatever it wants to do with it. And so just like you would with, let's say you want to do just a client side form submission, right? You could do that with this also. Like you just not put
Yeah.
server here and you just do just the client side form submission like this.
Okay.
But let's say you want to do a server side form submission, like which is what you want to do for like delete, you want auth stuff. So then you just wrap it in server, and this form data, it's like if when you look at the network tab, maybe I'll get to demo it. In the network tab, we actually send like a proper form request, like with content type as form data and all, and then that gets passed correctly when you receive it here, and then you can use it like you would the form data API. Now, the point of doing this is the same story that Remix had, which is progressive hydration, right? Like you want that if this page was rendered and JavaScript was not included, this form, the action that it had, it would have the same URL as like the internal URL we have for our server module. So the action would be the same URL. And when you click that without JavaScript also, you would get an actual form data here, like what the browser does normally. And so for the user it's the same thing, and this is all like Remix how they thought of this. But yeah, so the user looks at the same thing from the server side when it's either it's a JS based submission or just a HTML based form submission. You do the same thing, and this redirect also, so this redirect is sort of isomorphic. So if it's on if you're doing a client side login, sorry, if you're doing a client side delete, the the delete will not make like a form post request like the browser normally does, which is like it changes the entire page, and then if it's the redirect, then it will load the new page. What we do is we just send a fetch call, like like you can do on the client, right? So to make the post submission, instead of making like an actual form submission, we do like okay, do a fetch call, get me the response. If the response is a redirect, then I do the redirect client side, right? Because like the optimal after you're on the client is doing client-side navigation. So you want to do client-side navigation when you can. And
This is a funny thing that I'm seeing here, and I guess we can wrap this with helpers because it might be confusing. But our RPC functions generally just take JSON and return JSON. But
yeah,
you created a mechanism here where you throw the response as a way of
for
opting out.
errors and other kinds of responses. Yeah, if you don't want
Yeah,
to send back JSON, you have an error. You want to send a redirect response. You want to send a no content response, an unauthorized response. So you just throw that response,
yeah,
and then you
yeah.
pass
I mean,
it on the
you
end. So
could
you
wrap it in an API. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting move. I think it's kind of cool how you can like dual operate, like have the simple function mentality, but then you can always like use you can
yeah.
get out of it.
Yeah, so one thing to note here, so like we use this similar mechanism to do stuff like auth, right? Like so, um, maybe I can show that example somewhere. So for example, you have index.
I mean, there's an argument that we'd wrap like Remix has response and redirect helpers. We might be worth hiding
Yeah,
it from people if they think it's like it might be confusing. I know it's very in vogue to throw stuff that aren't errors. React
suspense stuff. Yeah.
throws promises. We're throwing responses.
No, but like actually the throw model is there for another reason, that it actually should behave the same on the client from my perspective. So the client, if it's expecting JSON, it gets JSON. But now if it's not getting JSON, it shouldn't get an HTTP response, right? That HTTP response is an unusual case,
Right.
like when it's being sent a raw response. And so that's why we like do it as a catch and throw thing. But yeah, we'll see if it's ergonomic enough. But just to show, like you can throw responses and you can also get access to the raw request that was sent for this call.
Yeah.
So this request would be the request for the page for this route data function, right? Because like the page URL was requested, that's why this function is run. So you can get the headers of it. Over here, you'll see that we're working on like a new session management API. So get user here. And like you see, right, like now the server side code you organize in whatever files you want, extensions don't matter and all of that is just kept out of your client side code. But yeah, you can get user here, get user ID. Let's see, I just want to show. Yeah, this get user session is, we have this session model based on cookies. So we have a session storage that you can save stuff to, load stuff from, and then basically serialize it by like doing the set cookie thing. And so it all stays hidden. This is again all from Remix. All of this code is literally from Remix, not even just the concepts. So yeah, just
Remix is awesome. We are big fans of Remix.
Yeah.
You know, the craziest thing about this is, I mean, I haven't tried the form one, but I using just the server functions, I brought them into the project, and you guys are going to love this part. Adding server functions to the project was 200 bytes gzipped. So like the size impact of adding this crazy powerful functionality is basically like nothing. Like it doesn't make your app really much bigger at all.
And no, this I was really excited about, like actually more than the 3JS stuff that I've been working on. This stuff I've been putting my heart over, and it's so exciting because it's actually a new API. I haven't seen it anywhere, and I want to see how it plays out. Like I know there might be like corner cases, problems, but yeah, I want to see how.
I'm super stoked because the throw thing was really clever, because that was the problem I was having. I was sitting there looking at the RPC thing. I had the actions, and I was like, okay, this is like almost right, but not quite right. And I'm like, I knew that we could write a compiler to co-locate them. Like that was always like in the back of my head. And even like before you did the server thing, I think at one point I was like, oh, create API or something. It was like a really rough version of it. I didn't think of inlining it, but the when you combine the fact that you can just inline it like you did with the server, and when you combine the fact that like the throwaway lets you kind of fall back into the normal responses,
response model,
so you can get progressive enhancements. You can make an uploader on the like a multi-part uploader with this API. You can literally scale from these like, oh, it's just a function that happens to be called in the server, to actually expressing API routes, because you could just stick them in a different file. Like you can go, okay, well, I'm going to make an API with this. Like, go for it.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
Yeah, no, go ahead, go
It's
ahead.
all just a middleware that you add. So if you don't like any of this, you literally just like,
Oh yeah, yeah. So this create handle I was showing, all of this is handled by this inline server modules. If you don't want to use all this, you remove all this. You figure out your own way to like do
yeah.
an if request dot URL is slash
And that's the thing.
thing.
I don't want to be, I think this is awesome. I think having a base model where you have this primitive that's super powerful, that's adaptable into a billion different cases. I mean, I go for that. But what's really cool, but the thing that became clear to me the last little while, because after Remix came in, and then I saw TRPZ and Blitz, and I watched the stream Theo was putting
Yeah,
on with the Blitz guy, and the TRPC guy was on there too, and they're chatting and they're talking about the differences, and you could tell, the TRPC guys like, well, I think we have a lot of common ideas. Maybe we can work together and put it together. And then, Brandon Blitz was a little bit more skeptical and laid back. He's like, look, it's good that there's different APIs. It's good that things aren't like all fitted perfectly together, that there's competition, that like we don't all have the same opinions. You don't need like agnostic solutions that all fit together. And like, I'm a big fan of that mentality, because I think that gives more room to optimize. But the thing that came clear to me at that moment was that this whole data pipeline fetching API business is like the new state management. You know how like in React, like everyone's like, oh, I like Zastand, I like Josai. Like, I'm about reactivity, MobX all the way, and they have their opinion about how you plug it. It's not really like React's going to have its built-in mechanism because it needs to update the DOM, but it's always been kind of like outside what state management, and it's a matter of flavor, use case, all this kind of stuff. For me, this data fetching model on your backend is the same kind of thing. I want like a really powerful primitive to use, and I'm super stoked about this. But the fact that you can just remove it and be like, yep, you know what, we're TRPC house,
Yeah, exactly.
Theo is big fan of TRPC. Like, and I've been getting talks with the guy who created it. Let's see if we get TRPC in here too. But
yeah, exactly.
This obviously is a great default and setup, because it's very easy to just be like, oh, I don't know anything. I don't know how to set up an API. I don't know what REST is. I don't even know about the request response objects. I've never used Express. I've been building client-side JavaScript my whole life. All I ever did was generate a static page, and then I put it up on Netlify help. And it's like, oh, no problem. You just write a function.
Yeah, exactly. This has been my thinking. Like I myself don't ever think in like REST terms, right? Like I have not come from a REST world. Initially, I started using GraphQL directly almost. I was like, this REST stuff like did not make
right.
was not too economic to me. Yeah.
And that's the other side, because our data fetchers are isomorphic and they're optimized or parallelized, and they do all that stuff regardless of being part of the framework. Because I said this probably could be a V plugin that you stick on your client side.
Yeah.
GraphQL, like if you want Apollo or Urkel or whatever in your browser and you want to use those patterns, you want to benefit from this, and do that game, like go for it. You don't have to make it run on the server. You don't need it to be like an action here. Like just go for it. Just stick it in the data function. It's isomorphic. Create query is a lot, or create resource a lot like create query. You can just run your GraphQL that way. But if that's not your model, if you have backend, you have real concerns, hopefully, I mean, we're gonna have to see how this plays out, but hopefully you'll be able to swap in what you need here through this middleware to be able to support the backend that works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is awesome. You showed us forms with progressive enhancement. I mean, we haven't demoed it to prove any guys that.
Actually, I think I can demo it if
this is vaporware, right? I'm just like, we're just.
This routes output is for you guys to know what routes are available.
I mean, this is brand new. This is like what we were working on like last night or a few nights before. But if you look at SolidStart, there's been a lot of traffic here between Nikhil's like new like models and stuff he's been putting together here, like and me like going in going, okay, that's pretty good, but I want to clean this up. And like you added too many bytes to JavaScript. How can we shrink this? So
this is remix jokes. So like just to show you like what is happening in the network tab. So these are like sort of the endpoints that are being created for every time you use. So the zero is there because like a file can have multiple server modules. So these are the sort of endpoints that are created. So this joke
Right.
system.
And I remember because I built this this is like, it shows you the file path when you're in dev, but when you're in prod, these get hashed and they become these super short, like undecipherable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like things, which is perfectly fine. It's just, it's I just wanted to mention that these get shrunk and minified for prod.
Since you started putting the size thing in my head, now I'm trying to figure out whatever I can do to get the size down. But normal payload, like these are probably the stuff that is coming from create resource. Like
you can see it right there. It's true because it's not a dynamic one. There's no source, and then refetching false. Like these are just the exact function arguments that you can have.
And then the response you get here. And now let's see what happens. So this delete, let's see if you can see this. This should be a form, right? So form method is post, action is this URL that we have, like for our actions. This is from the joke file, and then these are just normal. This is a submit form. Now let's do it. We do delete. Nothing reloaded. It happened all client side.
Yeah.
This refetched to get fresh data. So if you see the network tab, I think there's some double requesting happening, but I have to figure that out. Okay. But you'll see like this is the post. The response, like the response we get for like redirects. We have to do some hack here to do like a proper redirect. But the response, the payload, if you see, is actual form data, like view source. And this actually just happened client side. So we built this, sent it, got the data, did the redirect. And this, you can see like there's also, if you can see cookies, there's this RJ session that Remix is creating. So if I do log out, now this should, so the response still has cookies. Oh no, the value is gone, right? So now we're logged out. Now if I go back to this page, this is not logged in. You log in, Cody, password, you do submit. All of this again happens client side. Now you're authenticated. Now you have your name here. Now you can start deleting stuff. And
okay, before you delete everything, can you turn off the JavaScript?
I have not tried since I made some changes, but let's see.
Oh, this one isn't streaming, right? This one's async.
No. Let's see.
If it's streaming, this will not work. But if it's async, I think we're fine.
Okay. I don't know if refresh will work, but let's see. See, the CSS is not loaded, but we got like
I got you.
Form submission.
Are we in dev mode right now?
Yeah. So the CSS won't be loaded because of
But okay. So, it did the full page refresh. It worked. It did the delete. So
and then there's an actual redirect.
Nice. Sweet. We're not selling you vaporware.
Got this response. That joke is deleted.
So we're still working on this, and I think with this, I think it's the way the dev server works and stuff. We don't have the CSS when we
CSS is JavaScript based. Like White does its CSS based on like the JavaScript adds the CSS to the page.
So that actually probably makes sense. Like Remix isn't on Vite and they have their own like setup, and because if anyone's used Vite and they refresh, they'll see that there's always a flicker of unstyled content in dev mode, always, and it like drives people nuts. It's an extension of this. Basically, they wait to load the JavaScript in the browser, and it means that when we're trying to develop with JavaScript off to kind of show this progressive enhancement, we end up with no CSS. But prod build world, I mean, the CSS is going to be written into the headers and everything's going to work beautifully. You all are really quiet. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this. Someone else here must be excited about this.
For some reason, this stupid thing doesn't allow me to re-enable JavaScript. What? Just let me disable it. Just let me re-enable it. This is a trap. I'll figure that out later. But I was actually very excited about showing this stuff and hopefully getting some feedback because we're trying to figure out what would be best for SolidStart.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there was some contention about different ways you can handle the form, like whether it should be just a create form. I think that's pretty clean, or whether like we should just have a form control that you pass the
Action.
action in to or whatnot. But I actually think that what I saw seemed pretty clean to me. I mean, I, I do want to kind of spend some time, going over the trade-offs and kind of making
Yeah,
something
exactly.
on there on that side, because I hate having multiple ways to do the same thing if I can avoid it.
Ah,
I've been space.
can't make a very flexible uh, meta framework doing that though. Yeah, I think like stuff like Next.js, some of the things is like because it's like API routes, you really can overlay anything on top, any style you want. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I need to.
We're actually gonna be working on some more improvements with the router too. I see Ryan's here. We're looking at ways that we can lower the dependency on like custom component code and have like obviously every anchor tag in it, pretty much every framework progressively enhances, but we're looking at ways that we can kind of smooth out some of the rougher edges that we're starting to realize making these examples with the router. And one of the cool things that looking at is like if there's going to be potential where we can bring in partial hydration, partial hydration strategies.
Yeah,
It's going to take a much longer time for us to get there because no one has really ever successfully done partial hydration in a single page app outside of maybe if you consider conserver components. But between SolidStart and these kind of patterns that we're kind of learning working through this, I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in this area in the next 6 to 8 months. I know that's going to take a while. SolidStart itself, as you can already tell, a lot of the pieces are coming together. I said that we'd have a beta this quarter. You can see that we're well on our way. We need to figure out some details. We need to make things a little bit more quote solid, but these are a lot of the features we're going to have at the beginning of the beta to use.
yeah.
What is it? Does Solid support micro front end too? I mean, that's interesting. I honestly haven't thought of how that fits in. Like people have used Solid in micro front ends. Jack Harrington has a great series of how to set up micro front ends with Solid, and the approach he was using was actually module federation, which I've had some qualms with, but generally it's the simplest way of doing it. So I would go check out his videos on that. In terms of getting that in terms of SolidStart itself, I mean, this is pretty much, I mean, you have power over the request response object. I suppose you could figure out how to do something with Vite, but generally speaking, this is pretty much like keyed for like building a solid application. In Vite, and then deploying it to the edge. Essentially, we have Cloudflare worker support, and our Vercel integration actually is all on Cloudflare, 100% on the edge. I didn't realize this until I stepped in that landmine a week or so ago. But yeah, I guess Solid. I don't know about SvelteKit yet, but Solid might be the first. SolidStart might be the first framework that deploys completely to the edge of Vercel. So it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I think they might have like size requirements and stuff, and I think that's why they're worried about like deploying their Next.js apps and all. Like
size requires some Next.js. Yeah, I can see where that would be
yeah,
a concern. What do we got here? This framework is really okay. Yeah, there you go. Right. I haven't looked too closely at inertia, but yeah.
have people saying good things.
Yeah. Questions? Oh, shell hydration. Yeah, I mean, I have said in the past that Evan Yu is probably taken the partial hydration in a spa as far as anyone has. But to be fair, what he was describing with multiple files and then different, yeah, I'm not sure. I think the implementation he has right now is very specific. To my understanding, it only works with like vpress or viewpress. Like essentially, he's using the fact that he's using like doc site and like he knows that it's shallow. Like I don't think it's an actual general purpose solution yet. So I don't really count it. Although I do acknowledge that he is the furthest along other than maybe server components in this vein, but I don't think it's a general solution yet. How do you import MVARs? Right now, I believe the thing is we're using Vite, so I think all the standard Vite stuff should just work. They have a whole thing where you import meta env, and essentially I think you're supposed to put like a Vite prefix on when you have custom ones. I haven't played much with that, but essentially this system is built completely off Vite. And I said it's not ready yet. There's bugs. I break it every day, but it is coming a lot sooner now. Thankfully for the help here, because by myself this was taking forever. So
I'm really excited.
Anybody else got any questions? This is a good place for us to close off the stream here. If people have any questions for us, we can kind of handle them. But otherwise, we're getting at 2 hours and 44 minutes. So I think we are at a good time to call it a night. Definitely. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm glad it's coming along. I as I said, stuff like this, it's hard to just be doing on your own. So I appreciate the help and the ideas. It's not just help. Like he's constantly pinging me with ideas. He's like, oh, look, check this out. I just had this crazy idea. And I'm like, man, that is a great idea. This is coming along, as I said, better than I even expected. It's really cool to see, especially like with the way this kind of RPC style thing expands and adapts to the use cases. Like this is, I didn't know what the solution should look like. I just kind of had like a rough thing in my head, and this feels like what I was hoping for. So I'm really excited to try it out and actually see more of how it works.
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah, I think we're good for the stream. We've given everyone a couple minutes to say their piece, so let's call it a stream, call it a night. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. This is literally, I'm like a YouTube addict, like literally an addict, and this is my first time on YouTube, like on the other side of it, and it's surreal to me that all of it went fine. Thankfully, I didn't do anything stupid.
You're a natural, yeah. I think it went really well. A lot of people here appreciate it. So, and I obviously the community appreciates the work you've been doing between all the different libraries and stuff. I think it looks really cool, and I'm looking forward to see each of them kind of develop out. This has been, as I said, a really good week for Solid. Whenever people are focused on performance, it's a good week for Solid.
Yeah, and shout out the community, because I think like it was amazing when I like started introducing my things. The kind of encouragement I got, it really is what made me kept like, okay, what else can I work on? What is the new stuff here? And like, Dave is amazing.
People should join the Discord. The community has been great, and I'm so proud of the community on that side. At one point I felt that I could handle everything myself, control everything, set the tone, respond to everything, handle it, but I can't. This week, I'm going to tell you guys, for the first time ever, I muted the Solid Discord server. I've never muted the Solid Discord server. Sometimes I don't answer everyone, and I have timing, and times when I'm busy and when I can respond, but I've made it my habit to read every message that anyone has ever posted on the Solid Discord server, and see if I have a room.
It feels like you do that, and it's crazy. It's crazy that you're spending so much time. Yeah.
Right. So, and I had to mute it this week because we've grown so much. There's like 2,500 people in there, and there's so many messages that I was losing other messages, even if I wasn't going to like check them later, because I can always check later. Like I'm working, I'm not going to look at it. So many notifications were coming in over it that it was blocking out like notifications from work and that. No, it's great. See, now I just check it periodically. I'm just saying the community has grown, and the fact that I feel confident enough that I can just leave and people will take care of stuff is amazing. We have great members of the community. I've already highlighted some of the core team members who've been doing contributions, but a lot of the ecosystem people too have been building libraries and like very active in the Discord. Like my man Oren here. So like like the biggest thing and reason I say come check out the Discord is everyone seems to be there because they want to see the future of web development, right? We have people come in and say stuff and talk about it, and it's not even necessarily solid related. It's just simply because it's everything that's on the cutting edge. Like Misko Hevery, creator of Quick, who also creator of Angular, he dropped by yesterday or the day before, and he just dropped the Quick video right on the demo. He's like, hey, I don't know if this is the right place, but like we got a good relationship. He knows, he just drops in there. People will, you know, comment and see, and they appreciate that. And similar, I work out on the Marco team. Those guys are often around.
Yeah.
Dom from Inferno I showed you, like, so every month or two come in and remind us that we're almost doing the right thing.
I think I saw somebody say that they started using Solid, or they're like recommending Solid at work, because this is like the Solid Discord is where they come to get all their questions answered, even if it's not Solid related, because they find the smartest people there. That's so true. Like nothing like leaves there unsolved. Like feels
Yeah,
like
that's the thing, right? It's about people who care or are passionate about web dev or cutting edge stuff, and that's the kind of community we put together here. You know, people want to talk transparently and realistically. There are trade-offs. Not every technology is perfect, and you know, like Solid has catches and shortcomings, and that's the thing. I don't even have to answer it now. Someone comes in and goes, you know, people will tell them, you know, like I am so proud that we haven't gone the like religious fanaticism kind of route. That doesn't help anyone. You know, people will be like, yeah, Solid's really awesome and I love it, but and someone will, oh, what about this? And like, yeah, it isn't particularly good at that, but I like it for this. And there's no like there isn't that like religious mantra kind of thing. So I'm super stoked, and I think people should
I
come
think
on
you get a lot of credit. You should get a lot of credit for this also, because I think you have been one of the loudest about like what Solid is not good at, right? Like every time you appear publicly, you make sure to mention, okay, this is where you can go wrong with Solid. This is where like the React model does not apply the same. And I think like yeah, that attitude sort of goes everywhere, where people are just okay being like, okay, this is not what it's good for. This is what it is good for, and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So
That's
thank you, everybody. You're saying that's an extension of that. That's all I could hope for, right? Thank you, everyone who's involved in the community and keeps on coming out and keeps on the discussion and keeps things moving forward. Because as I said, we know the position we're in. There's no illusions here. Like some people are like, oh, the React killer. Like, come on, React's like.
yeah.
I told you, I could just able to separate my fingers enough that I'm starting to see a white space.
Yeah, like on NPM downloads, like we are like a horizontal line, they are a diagonal line.
So like there's no illusions here, and I didn't talk about this earlier. There was a tweet, and it's kind of related. See, Ryan Florence made that tweet where he says, you know, people are starting to be maybe not ready but interested in a post React world. Dan Abramoff made a tweet where he was going like, look, these things come in cycles. As you you know, go, you can see the progress. And he's like, given the timing and the scheme of things and how long React has been out front, it's time. Like, he's like, there should be something new or interesting coming up here. And I'm not saying it's Solid. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff going on. There's Marco, there's Quick, there's a lot of different technologies. Everyone's attacking a piece of the puzzle. But like he's coming from a place where he's very pessimistic, and I think Devin from was it Parcel kind of also echoed this thing, responding to what Ryan was saying, in that like they're like, we're not seeing another React. We're not like, they're like, the whole paradigm has to shift before like you're going to have another React, because React does what it does so well, and you know, there's no room for like improvement. Dan didn't quite say it like that. Dan was more like, I just haven't seen anything that excites me outside of what we're like, outside of React. He's like, I know there's lots of stuff going on, but it just hasn't done it for me. He did mention saying that right after he said, I've been disconnecting from Twitter and different places. He's like, it's what gives me my sanity is not to be in the middle of everything. So I can appreciate that. When you're coming from the other side of things, I was worried about turning off notifications in Discord, right? Picture where this guy's coming from, right?
Yeah.
But it's also the nature of the beast, because the truth of the matter is it shows a level of experience and almost jadedness in a sense, because it's difficult because he knows his knowledge to be excited about this stuff anymore. He sees new projects, he sees elements, and he's like, yeah, this part works, this part doesn't work. Like he's made the judgments, he's done that. And it's kind of good that the people who are working on all these little projects maybe aren't as jaded or don't know what he knows.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's always good. Like, you know, the argument that when you're a startup or something, you got to be delusional. You got to have a distorted sort of, you know, state of reality so that you can go for the moonshot or try something completely different.
Right. And 99% of them fail. So like, or not, maybe startups is less than 99%, but you know what I mean? Like,
I get what you mean. Exactly.
Right. Like most of the ideas don't fail. And I check out so many projects. People know I'm still avid in the benchmarking side. Every time a new library is added to the JS framework benchmark, I typically look at it and see what it's doing and then go, okay, this is this take, and I categorize it and I go in, and whenever something fast comes out too, I'm just like, oh, interesting. Like maybe there's another angle, maybe there's new to learn. And it's not just the benchmarks. If anyone's ever seen it, there's something called the Prism compiler, which is hard to find because of Prisma and some other Prism thing.
Oh, I love this Prism stuff.
Yeah. But it's genius. Like, I don't think it actually is at a place where anyone can really use it. But it's another it's doing something different. Like Marco's stuff is really smart in terms of partial hydration. This one really smart in terms of figuring out how to reduce code. Like you know how Svelte doesn't really have a runtime.
Yeah,
it's a small runtime and it does mostly code gen. This guy came up with an approach that was pure code gen, and actually hydrated from the HTML. So he actually got rid of the double data, not through partial hydration, but from reversing the HTML. And generally, I know that doesn't work. Like, I know that there are cases that doesn't work. And if you have a certain authoring experience, you have derived values, you can't just reverse the data from the HTML.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
But he built a whole system off this, and the results for like a simple demo case are amazing. Like, I've never seen something so small. So like, this is like, I want him to continue working on that.
Yeah,
like, even if he'll discover where those pitfalls, maybe he'll drop the project, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll go, what, this constraint is okay. In a way, when I look at Quick is a framework that has a kind of similar assumption where in order for it to work, he had to completely break the modern model. That's why they don't use like the standard system. Like no existing frameworks compatible with how they work. They had to go, no, you can't pass children a certain way. You have to direct dependency inject all the props. Like he had to completely put a bunch of constraints in, which I don't find perhaps particularly livable as like a thing, and it was really ugly and nasty. But then he was like, okay, well, let's keep on working on it. Well, let's wrap it. Let's make the API more usable. And that's what they did. Quick is way nicer looking now. And you keep on working at it, and you're like, oh, well, maybe this is acceptable. Like maybe, like you never know what's going to catch, but you just keep on pushing at it. There's a whole argument whether what Quick does is necessary or not. And I'm intending to cover Quick in a future stream to kind of really dig into it. And we'll see that, but I'm happy that it exists. I'm not, like, there's a difference between being like, oh, this is really good, or this is a direction, but we already know this doesn't work. I'm uninterested. Like, and that's coming from the other side. When you're in the encumbrant, when you're in React's position, when you are that thing, everything's going to look like that. They as I said, Facebook, if you've got an idea, like the React team has probably already thought of it, already tried it. Maybe they threw away some stuff that is more viable than they realized, right? If you ask those guys, they are very not into fine grain, which is my whole thing. Like
exactly. Okay.
Solid, even what we're doing Marco, we're saying fine grain is better than diffing. That's the message, that's the stance. They're like fine grain has limits or is flawed or can't do that.
Their main thing is the memory concerns, right? Like because they think you have to save, like do a lot of creation time stuff for
Yeah,
code.
I mean, there's a way you can get around that. But yes, it has to be on that side, and it also has to be around the mental model. No matter what you do to hide it, no matter what compiler you use, no matter what, it doesn't actually execute
The
this.
React people don't want to expose reactivity. They want
Right.
they
Like
want
React is imperative. Like I know they have a declarative API, but their mental model is imperative. It's this,
yeah,
then this, then this, then this, then
pure
this. It
functions.
doesn't matter what you do. That's how React mental model works. So, and we've seen this with Marco. When you go to declarative, even if you make it look like React, and like even like my reactive script kind of thing, like even if you'd like kind of use simple language or kind of make it look like it runs top to down, like
Doesn't-
declarative stuff doesn't run top to bottom. Like there's no hiding this fact.
Like
And
doesn't run top to down.
yeah, like as much as you kind of make it simple and all this stuff, like so like since we can't hide that and it's a reality, that's where the division is. It's interesting because React Forget is going to make it not run top to bottom from a perceptual side. So for me, React Forget is the least React thing I've ever seen. And if they're considering that, like maybe they are pivoting in a bigger way than I
Maybe they see the constraints of VDOM and they're like, okay, it comes down to this, right? And if we can solve this using memos and callbacks and all this to prevent re-renders, then like I guess like they're just sort of doubling down on their model, like right. Like if they're going for the compiler is not trying to fix the JSX, it's trying to fix the code still above the JSX. Like
Yeah, their whole philosophy is I mean, people think it's about like the render any platform thing, and as we saw with the custom reconcilers, it is very possible to completely separate that logic and have it work in multiple places. But I don't think that's like a VDOM trait. Like we just showed,
exactly.
so reactivity is incredibly portable. Whether you want to use it with components like I first showed and just have it write to some underlying thing or use a reconciler. That's there's no limitation there. It's more of that their mental model, their whole thing is like basically it's like the assumption like we can't take care of all the edge cases. We don't want to expose that to the end user. So we're going to give them something that they can't do anything wrong with. We're going to give them a pure model. It's on Rails. Nothing they do other than use effect gets out of that pure model. And essentially, here's your whole developer experience. Everything lives in a VM, and we'll just run it on the platform of your choice. Where, as I said when I demo Solid, I'm like, Solid, everything's a create effect. The whole thing's a use effect and a use effect and a use effect. So it's like the complete polar opposite. When you go to like fine grain and this kind of layering, you're basically saying like only reactivity is pure.
Everything
Once in the world, you lose that purity.
Side effects, yeah. That's very interesting. I think like what you said about like React is trying to make sure you don't do anything wrong. I think that shows almost everywhere. Like where Solid particularly is not trying to do that. Like Solid is like we expose the core of like the framework to you, and you need to know what to do to make sure you don't fuck up, right? But I think like React goes out of its way to like provide safety nets everywhere so that you screw up, the app will still run fine. Now you can try to optimize it. I think like places like where you could like let's say lose reactivity somewhere in Solid. I think like those are things like Solid React would be like, okay, let's provide a safety net there. But we want people to understand the model and then use it. And I guess like sometimes it makes it beginner.
It makes it maybe like a little bit, but here's the thing. I had the option, like I am concerned with that because Solid could be designed differently in that we could just not like surplus, the thing I showed you earlier, they don't untrack components.
Oh,
like literally that was my addition. The reason you can lose reactivity is completely my fault.
but then it allows me to like, do all these
care about safety nets because you understand what happens if you don't untrack the component. If someone just accesses a variable, destructures it somewhere, it's not the binding that updates. Now it's the parent that updates. So yes, you will be re-rendering your components and you will be recreating DOM nodes like crazy. So yeah. I have gone to make sure that the model is consistent, that you don't have terrible foot guns. It's just, but you're right. There is Solid's model does rely on giving a little bit more trust. And it's just funny because you could probably come up with like a 2-dimensional Cartesian plane where you like put the frameworks on it and then be like, where are they valued? Because on one side, we've been talking about the difference between Solid and React, but I actually view Solid and React almost in the same quadrant. Like even if we have our differences, if you actually look at the whole spectrum, Solid and React both value similar things. We just disagree about implementation. Like we don't agree what the execution model is, but we agree on philosophy, unidirectional flow, explicitness, modularity, composability. Like all the elements are the same. We're just
that mental model of like your component is like your UI is a function of state. Like when you look at your components, that's what it does look like. Like it doesn't exactly implement like that, but it does look like that, right? Like you can read your component top down and think of like your UI as a component of your state. So that sort of the pure function model, I think you can stick in your head still. Like
yeah. Well, once hooks came in, because hooks have like different execution patterns, but as I said, like stuff like Svelte is actually much further away, even though we're kind of siblings. Everyone's like, oh, the other compiler framework, but like, and as I said, I've been testing this idea, and I don't know if I talked about it much on the stream yet, but essentially, because someone was like, I forget it was on Twitter, someone was like, oh yeah, Solid versus Svelte is the new React versus Angular. And I think that's a fairly interesting take, because in a lot of ways it's true. In that, like, but in a different way. React versus Angular was all about like library modularity, best practices versus restrictive guide, everything provided, these are the pieces, that's how I use it. Svelte has that everything provided mentality. They hide it behind a compiler so it doesn't hit the cost, but they do want to be responsible for your CSS. They want to be responsible for this. They would rather have a prescribed way. But the difference is, the reason that they have a prescribed way, it's funny. It's not just because they have a bunch of libraries. It's because they've restricted the syntax and the intention and like everything using the API in such a way that it's just a language that it's impossible. They make it harder to express other ideas. They give you the full functionality, so you're not left for wanting. But their idea is, if we make this abstraction perfect and we abstract enough, you won't even have the ability to think of or want the things that we don't have. Like, we'll just give you the language for it, and you'll be like, go transition. Like, and then it'll do the transition. And that's better than being like, oh, do you want a blank thing, and like, are you using this library? Because you can just have the language for the transition. So by limiting and creating the language for it, you actually reduce the options and create a elegant and beautiful solution. And once the abstraction, if the abstraction doesn't leak, you can just go like, this is web dev. And this is why a lot of people who are big fans of Svelte are like, oh, it's just JavaScript and HTML, because when you reduce the abstraction down to that level, we know that's not what's happening. It is not JavaScript HTML. Like, it's crazy. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. But because you can't even express those ideas, you like, it's like having a language and not having the words to speak. Like, you don't have 12 words, or you don't have 10 words to do the varying level of cold, hot. You just have cold, hot. If you, by restricting language, if you read 1984, like, this is sort of like,
people feel like calm. People know what they have to do, right? Like, they know just the subset that they need to know. They figure it out.
And you remove the pieces, or don't provide the pieces to express the different ideas, then you just narrow it down, and then you never have to worry about it. You just go, okay, so it's some JavaScript, and I just tell it to go do this, and I describe it this, and you have this perfectly consistent system that no one understands how it works. Right?
That is one issue. Like, I can't imagine what the compiler output exactly would look like.
Right. Solid is on the opposite side, and I showed that in that release and demo that I did, the one I showed earlier, my favorite intro that I've done. I'm going to tighten that up. That's going to be a talk. We're going to use the same kind of stuff for training material. I think it's an amazing start. Solid is the opposite. I show you that let statement. I show you that first signal. There's no component. There's no nothing. You console log something, alert, pop up, whatever. Then that thing just changes into something that updates the DOM. And then those DOM elements, well, you didn't want to type all that, so you make that JSX, and then you kind of just, you're like, well, this logic's kind of messy, so let's put it in a function, and oh, there's a component. Like when you and then you're like, oh, I actually want to share that logic between two components. You're just like, okay, well, I'll just pull it out of the function and read in both places. That kind of mental model, when people see that and they look at the compiled output as solid, they're like, I could have written this, which is part of which is completely opposite philosophy, because as I said, Svelte is working really hard so you never understand how it works, and Solid's like, hey, come here because you could have written this yourself.
Yeah. No, that's very true, because that's how I was able to do all this 3JS stuff, right? Because I completely understood what was happening in these expressions and why they were there, why they had to be in a reactive context. That's how I was able to get all this done, by inspecting this output. And it reminds me of this C++ concept of like zero cost abstractions. Like you want to give people abstractions that they couldn't have written better by hand. So like there's a C++ example of like, okay, if you write a class, the way it gets compiled down to like assembly code, you couldn't have written a better like abstraction yourself. And I think like maybe that applies to the JSX, right? Like the way our JSX compiles into like efficient, like property level, like fine grained, like couldn't have written it better ourselves. Like if we tried to.
No, that's an interesting point, and I hadn't thought of it that way. But basically, like, only abstract what's absolutely essential in terms of because it's unwieldy. Like when you,
this was like this was the C++ founders like sort of principle for like deciding what feature to add to C++, and this was one of his core ones, that zero cost principles, that zero cost abstractions, that you can't add an abstraction that people can be like, okay, like writing this makes my code a little worse than I would have done by hand. Like, and it's a really strong principle. I think like that's why it's gone on for so long. But yeah, it's really interesting.
And it's kind of interesting because I see React shares in that. I remember like Dan writing like a year ago, like composition is king, or never bet against composition, and like the old like never bet against JavaScript. I agree completely, because you can always make another abstraction, right? This is why Solid is such a popular target for compilers. Like everyone loves making their own their own Svelte thing, or SFC format thing.
One thing I want to try is like, what if people can add like a .svelte component in SolidStart, and then we just use a solid compiler for it? Like,
like why not? Yeah,
like you want, and just like
and the funny thing is, because most of the work has been that we have people who really want to move things forward. I wrote that article about reactive script, but like Alexis and Oren, they're trying to build like the best thing, like the best solid thing, like where they're like, this is actually a pattern that's really good. And even if Ryan's like a little bit like, I don't like the magic, they're like, we're going to make the best thing for Solid that uses these things. But what if you didn't want to make the best thing? What if you didn't care about composition? What if you could just use like something more limited, like Svelte? Like you like just be like, yes, you can use the Svelte thing. Maybe people would be interested in it, even if it isn't nearly as powerful or capable of what Solid does, because you can always still use a solid component if you need something powerful. But if you want something simple, you can just use a Svelte file.
And most people have taste about the syntax only. Like, it's not that they have huge taste about the update model or the execution model. They're mostly looking at syntax and developing a taste for these things. And so if you can provide these syntaxes without like the compute model is the same, the execution model is the same, they're all trying to be reactive.
Well, and that's the thing. On the reactive side, it is absolutely difficult to make React
work with everything
the other way. Like if like, this is funny because React's the most popular framework, and the problem is, like, if you're trying to run a mitosis or JSX Lite where you're like, let's take React code and compile it to other frameworks, it is hard. React's execution model is not friendly to things that aren't React. Whereas if you took, like, this is why JSX Lite started, I don't know if people know this, it started as a solid, Steve just went up, Steve from Builder, who made mitosis or JSX Lite and quick and party time. He just took solid syntax, dropped it in, and was like, okay, I'm going to compile this to any framework.
Right. Okay, I've used that.
Yeah, he changed it over time. Now it uses React and with restrictive rules. But essentially, the language of reactivity is so powerful and portable because either you can compile to something using that intent and it just works, or you can have a very small reactive runtime shim, to drive something like React. Like you can make
like React, you see.
React work kind of on the surface like Solid by using React Solid State or using MobX or one of those things. It's not hard to take reactive language, something like Svelte, and make it like run, like make React run under it. Like basically take this language compile to React. The other way though is almost impossible, which is why there hasn't been the React compiler, because it is so hard to make something like React run without a VDOM. It's just, it's
like the React code.
the model in essence is super inefficient. Like they don't care about the efficiency. They only care about like how simple it is top down. But like theoretically speaking, when you just look at what a like React does from a VDOM standpoint, it is like super inefficient. It's just like, yeah, let's just re-render everything and then figure out what changed.
Like, why it's, just to ask you why it's not possible on the React side, my intuition is because like in React, there's no way to tell what could change, right? Like everything is just a variable. So like there's no way to tell what could change. Like what is the reactive part in any of this? So
the interesting thing is like the language they've created is analyzable if they want to change the execution model. And that's maybe where React for Git comes in. But I'm saying it's not very React, because here's the thing. You have JSX, which we've already said is analyzable. And you have all these hooks that use this nice syntax. Use blank. So they have, if you think about it, this like, it's not like, I have a whole article about this, about reactive language and stuff, but the key part in normal JavaScript to actually make it known is it's not about decorating the identifiers. Like it's not, and labels aren't particularly good. Like I know Svelte does that, but labels you can't compose. That's why Svelte is limited. You can't make hooks. Like you can use stores, but that's a runtime mechanism. That's not part of the compiler. You don't.
That was annoying. That was annoying.
But like the thing is, something like use uniformly informs that pattern works. Vue ref sugar did the same thing. They put $, they put it on the function call. That's the decorator that works for composability. Marco made them tags. Again, it's a clear indicator, because if you decorate the function instead of the variable, you can rename the function whatever you want, so it's composable. Like you can make use local state or like whatever, and whereas Svelte's $ can't be renamed, you can't take it out of the file. You like, it's incredibly restrictive. But like
they basically mark the left side for like reactivity, where you want to mark the right side and the right
which is a thing, because if you think about it, the more granular that you get, you might even want to mark on the expression level. And that's where I got with React script, because I was like, what if we could just remove all the special syntax and just make the outer world reactive? Like what if the JavaScript was reactive instead of imperative? Like what if you just reverse the whole model? Then you don't need the symbols, because everything would work. Every expression would be a reactive expression, and every let variable. It's like taking Svelte's idea all the way to the completion, because right now Svelte's in this place where it can't compose. It's just it's stuck, and maybe they'll never do it. They don't care. Like even their control flows use like handlebars. Like you if you go from their each or whatever control flow, and then you're like, oh, I want a paginated list, you have to change the way you do it. It's not composable, right? This is why I love JSX. Like it's fine. People value that different, but this is what I was talking about, the difference here, because when you're a language, usually you don't have things like that. You like if and for are language things. They're analyzable and they're specific, but they're not composable or extensible. And so I think this is a fine pattern to have. I'm just saying, like, it's different goals and different kind of view. I like the key is maybe a little bit of both. I don't know, but essentially, if you want to be that restrictive and trust the compiler and go hard that way, are you going to give people the language, the words, so to speak, to do other stuff? Like, are you going to put chinks in that armor, because then you break your abstraction maybe? So I don't know what Svelte's going to do in the future. I'm sure they'll improve the performance. I'm sure they're going to make it smoother. They're going to add more transitions to do that. But I don't know how hard bent they are on their philosophical thing, because and maybe that's fine. They'll stay like that and they'll explore that and see how far they can go without composition. Like maybe there's like different patterns. and maybe I think that's really cool. But as I said, for me, I'm on the React side. I love compositions. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true. That's true. Uh,
Yeah. I know
like,
we were gonna end the stream like half an hour ago, and we've just got some free form chat here, which I love because honestly, I love talking about this, especially with people who are passionate about it. And
yeah,
people are still with us on the stream. And if you wouldn't believe it, more people have even joined on the stream as we've been talking. So that is really cool.
yeah.
So, but
But like sort of imagine, so I'm imagining that like just like Markdown, you can think of as an SFC format for Solid, right? Like it can. I think like most of Svelte, Vue, yeah, I wish like we can just use them as like SFC formats if the taste matches you like somewhere in the middle of your Solid app. And I
yeah,
think like Solid, one thing that Solid does really well because it's so small, you can actually use it as like the underlying layer of like even if you want to start using like I was telling you yesterday, like I want to use a React component like because in my Solid app, and I feel like I'm okay like taking the bulk of like the burden of React for a small component on a specific page because the rest of my app is Solid is so small, like the framework is so small. I think it plays well into like okay because it doesn't add bulk of its own. You're not saying okay how dare you have two frameworks on a page like it's like 2 KB, right? Like a React library is often more than that, like
yeah.
200 KBs or something like that.
It's interesting because I think that's also the other side. As it's always hard to separate it, and this is if there was one fault of our community on that side is when you're so used to like hunting for that size, that last kilobyte, or hunting for that last bit of performance, you might not be as you might be like overly sensitive to it in a certain way, right?
Yeah,
I had to like catch myself because at a certain point I was getting like too
obsessed.
much into that on the performance size because people would be like, like ask a question like, is this less performant than that? And I just like, yeah, technically it is, and I like explain it, but I'm like, no, just do it the other way because it's not worth like those
Okay,
micro.
yeah,
We do chase that a bit, like like I'm really excited about partial hydration. I hope everyone in the community is excited about partial hydration. But like, if you're small, there's certain like, if I was choosing between a framework that had partial hydration and not partial hydration, and I'm just making something small for a blog site, I'd be looking at the authoring experience more than I'd be looking at whether it had partial hydration or not, because it's not going to make the impact that you might think it will. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, your page is 5 kilobytes or 10 kilobytes smaller, but the whole thing was 20 kilobytes anyways, and maybe who cares? Like, so we have to always watch that on the solid side. I use partial hydration as an example, but that's like, it's not just that. We're like that about like everything. Like oh, this library is 1 kilobyte smaller or whatever. So I think
yeah,
we have to check ourselves a little bit. I think it's good because this is how you make sure you continuously have smaller libraries. And anyone who talks to me knows that I'll be nickeling and diming it just because of my concern of how it has the impact. But I think this was something I was like came up with like at eBay a bit. Is it's like a budget. Depending on your use case, you have a budget and where you want to spend that budget. I think you just look at it that you're like, okay, I have so much size, I'm willing to pay this for this. I think that's probably the most realistic way to do it. And if it's your blog site, your budget is probably well above your means. So like,
yeah.
unless your solution is I'm going to use Next.js because Next.js is like always gigantic, you're probably in good shape.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying once that one of the reasons like you spend some effort making it performant is that once it becomes performant, because it's not because of the performance, but because it is performant by default, you can now start doing some like finicky things, some crazy ideas on top, and like rely on the fact that the baseline is performant, not that you have to make the default performant by taking the React case, like adding memos and stuff. You'd start with the default performant app, and now you can add stuff that slows it down somewhere, like if you need it. But yeah, you're not
Yeah,
fighting.
yeah, exactly. Like it's this idea of room, right? If
Yeah,
like, and capability. It's the like I was much more concerned on the component side about the overhead of components, not because I wanted to prove to everyone that Solid's components were faster than everyone else's. It was to prove that if component performance isn't an indicator, isn't like the thing that makes you decide how to split it up and how to do that, you have now freed yourself. You are free. Yeah. You can just go, oh, I want to write some code and I'm not worried about it. Like, I'm not worried that, oh, in this list, that state's going to trigger the outer component to re-render, which causes the whole tree to render. Like the React memo example, I love that example because like I made it like 4 different ways in Solid, like put everything in one file, separated them out, and because it just didn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right?
Okay. Right. Like, because you're not like the whole thing is the solution. Like they showed how they would do it with a compiler, but you can also use other tricks like lift out state, break things into components, and then like only certain things will update and use a memo, and like you can do all these tricks to kind of make sure that works, and then make sure that that's optimized. And what if you just didn't have to think about it at all?
That's so like, remember when I was saying like with aggressive co-location, you put it right there, you have the option of taking it anywhere. You can abstract it, refactor it if you want. And like that's what this reminds me of. Like your entire page can be one component and the performance doesn't change, right? Your entire app, exactly. But like you split it into components because it makes like mental model sense to you. Like it makes sense to you about how you arrange your app.
And the thing is, this is not new for me, at least. This is what I was doing in Knockout, and it's so funny because we have a revisionist history now, and this is what I was talking to people about on Twitter. The victor writes the history, so to speak.
Yeah.
The second reason why, I mentioned, like, there probably won't be another React, at least for a while. Like there is like the paradigm shift. I was trying to say, like, you don't need that paradigm shift. You don't need the big movements. The thing is, the React came up, and tech Twitter and everyone who's involved in that community came up with React. Like they got their job, they got their career, they made their names themselves, their learning sessions, their training materials. They came up with React. React is amazing, but so they've credited React to like all the innovation that came out of this. Like, React was the first one who did this and this, and I'm like, no, I was there. They actually weren't like they weren't like declarative UIs existed before React.
Is it true that the component model was done by React?
Not exactly. I will give them credit for being like, that's the component model. But here's the thing: before React, there was something called MVVM.
Oh, MVVM. Okay.
Yeah, because there's MVC, and MVC was a fucking mess. What I mean is MVC is great because it's not a mess. It's very, very restrictive. You're like model, view, controller. Controller's a singleton, model's your data, and your view is a projection. So then you just use a control and you wire it together. And this is the backbone of REST and server stuff. And it's great because it's stateless, it's tight, it has clear separations of concerns and boundaries. You understand where the logic goes. It fits a template and everything works well. And then the problem is like, what if you have statefulness? And then it's like, stick a little here, stick a little here, stick a little here.
Okay.
Because it's singleton. So controller can't own the state, right? The view shouldn't have the state because it should be a pure projection. And the model, you don't want to store everything in the database. So the only option was create the hidden state, like state was like a dirty smudge that was hiding underneath the covers. In Angular, they had like a $ scope thing that you passed around. It just those MVC and the browser frameworks didn't.
Nobody wanted to put local state in the components or what?
Well, right. I'm getting there, but essentially there was no place to put local state, and it made no sense, and it was really awkward. And then they each went each way. Angular is like, okay, well, we'll just make this special object that we pass through the controller, kind of like functional composition. Almost like
MVVM is one of these models, or what's MVVM?
MVVM came a little bit later, but it was like, controllers suck. You need instance-based stuff. Like, so instead of being a controller in MVVM, you actually create an instance, a projection of the model, essentially, per your view, and this is an instance. So every time you go to a new place, instead of having a singleton controller that says, okay, here's your data, I'm going to feed it to you, it's more of like, I'm going to, like, instead of it being a controller, you go, okay, make a new blank and have that work with the view. So here's your instance-based thing. And the beautiful thing about that is it's instance-based, so it holds the state.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Right. And
Local.
then if you have this thing, and back in the day, I was using Knockout MVVM. The model was not Knockout's concern. It just had a view model, which was a function. I was using CoffeeScript, so it's just a function. And in those functions, you would have observables and computeds. You'd have basically hooks in these functions. So,
Okay.
so you essentially, and those signals, your function would essentially, instead of returning a view like JSX, it would return an object with signals. It actually, if you've ever seen Vue's setup function, it was basically Vue's setup function.
Oh, okay.
Like, because you would create, like, you just send it back, the stuff that you send to the view, and you would, pass, like, you create children and children, kind of like, so you'd be like, okay, well, let's make a new, and you'd pass it observables, and it would create its own observables, and you'd make this tree. And what would happen is at the top of the tree, the view code and the view model code would interact with each other, and you'd be like, here's the data for the top of the tree, here's the view for the top of the tree, and then the view would kind of be, the child views would be driven off that state, and essentially, and that state might create other, like, lists of states. So it was two separate trees, but essentially they were layered all over themselves, and
they were coming together already.
Right. And that model was okay, but I was having this trouble with it because of, like, how you had to kind of walk up to the top. So what I started doing was figuring out ways I could make Knockout initialize itself inside the file, essentially, so that you could, like, I could be like, get to a control flow, and instead of doing the double mapping where I had to map the data then map the view, I would just create observables inside like the template bindings, which seems crazy, but essentially that way, like, while it was rendering the tree, it would also be making the data at the same time. And I mean, the biggest shortcoming of MVVM was that you had this model over here and you had this view model, and it wasn't clear. And I kind of got ahead of myself there, but it wasn't clear what you should be wrapping. Like, because it was this projection layer, you'd have a user model, and you'd be like, I'm going to make a user's view model, or I'm going to make a user view model that wraps this user view. And because the reason, like, pretend you have a selected state and you have a list.
Okay.
That belongs with the view code.
Yeah.
But think about how programmers work and wanting things to be dry. Because view model is this thing in the middle that can go either way. It can either go closer to the view or closer to the model. There's this tendency that you could make a view model for every view. And if you think about that, if you make a view model for every view, that's a component.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's a component.
Right? Or you could go the other way and go, I'm going to make a view model that wraps the model, and then the views are going to share that view model. And that's more dry because I'm not repeating business logic. And sure, this view only uses part of the view model, this view uses the other part of it. But the problem with that model was you were getting too much, like mismatching state, and that was the world of React. And the problem with MVVM is it never clarified which way you should go. But at my company, that I was like, this model wrapping pattern is bad. Like, we realized that I went really hard that way at one point, and then I was like, oh my God, this is terrible, and I reversed it. And essentially, we decided that we should keep our view models with our views, with our Knockout. So in a sense, what I'm getting at is components and React came in and clarified this piece. They were just like, no, it just goes together, and this is it, and you're done. And you just slice it. And so it was a big innovation, and people weren't, like, happy about it at first. But on the other hand, like, we were already tiptoeing on it. Do you know what I mean? Like
MVVM already sounds like it's going towards that from MVC, right?
Yeah, it's an evolution. Components were, in my mind, were just the next evolution to MVVM. So what, like, someone today was like, oh, it went from jQuery to React, and that was the big change. I'm like, there was, like, what, between jQuery coming out and React came out, there's 6 years, right? And and in those 6 years, at least 3 years before React, like right in the middle, there were libraries already with, like, parts of it. They didn't have the full picture. They didn't put it together properly.
Yes,
But
correct.
so we have this revisionist history now where React invented everything. But like you might, I downplay the innovation at the beginning there because they came up with JSX and the VDOM. But
JSX, yeah.
Angular existed and was doing views and all
VDOM.
this. Like it wasn't a VDOM, but like they were doing like their own digest cycle and doing this.
Right,
There was declarative views, there was reactive models, there was things that are basically components. And yes, React put it together right and made it popular and it's spread out to the world. But my argument is it probably would have happened anyways. Like at some point, like the pattern would have just evolved into it.
Right.
And it's funny because when I was in this conversation, I realized that at the same time, I was discrediting React's past and crediting its future because I'm a big fan of React and I like what we're getting. And I think, and the people in the thread were doing the opposite. They were like saying React was amazing. It literally changed the world. It came up with everything that's modern, 100% them. Nothing else existed before it. But that was then, and now they suck. Like that was their thing. And I'm like, whoa. It's actually
all the component stuff and all is and especially the way you portrayed it, like where like they can virtualize the browser. I think it's so interesting. Like where they want to like own everything. But like I don't know if they're owning too much of the stack, like just being React. But yeah, you're right. Like the future of React is probably so much more exciting than like.
That's my opinion, and maybe it's weird because all I can credit myself for this opinion is I wasn't a React fanboy back in the day. Like when it came out, I actually hated it. So like my perspective is a little bit colored by that. Because
Vue is also VDOM, right? Vue is VDOM and components. Was it inspired by React? Or like I don't know the exact history there, but like was Evan directly inspired by React, or was that component model developed independently?
Vue, I don't have the exact timeline, but the way I look at Vue, and if you kind of piece it backwards, Vue was inspired by like Knockout and those reactive libraries like Solid is.
Yeah.
But then what they did, which is a little bit more interesting, is they saw the chaos, they saw what React solved, and then they're like quick, and a lot of people did this. They looked at the technology of React and did a quick U-turn. They were just like, okay, we were here. So like Vue, when Evan made Petite Vue, he was like, man, that was so much fun making it. I showed you guys on stream how to make like a Petite Vue. There's no VDOM there, right? It's just reactivity doing this stuff. And he was like, that was Vue 1. He's like, I got to make Vue 1 again. It felt so good. Like because he
they took a U-turn on JS on VDOM and components like as soon as React.
Yeah. I mean pretty much. I mean they were probably component. React was already out, so like they kind of probably were already sort of component. Like maybe like they, as I said, adapted MVVM. They probably never called themselves MVM. Like I think they were a component framework with reactivity, but they weren't like as on the VDOM at the beginning. I think.
Oh, okay.
And then like maybe it wasn't component, but they had the options API, right? Like they had the configuration object where you set all your reactive values as a big blob, and then so it was like Knockout. It was just like you.
What was the templating layer used when you use Knockout? Like you say you use Knockout a lot, so like Knockout is not templating, right? It's just data.
Well, it used HTML for templating. Knockout you use data binding and actually parse the real DOM. Petite Vue and Alpine and all those, that Knockout JS is that. Okay. Essentially, they went through the DOM, found all the bindings, like walked the real tree, and then applied them reactively. Like that's what I was saying when I did that stream. That like, hey, this is a blast of the past, and it was for Evan too, as I said, because that was like what frameworks were like. You could tell he had this nostalgic glow after he made Petite Vue. Like it was probably so nice for him on two fronts because someone had called him out about Vue's size, and they're like, "Oh, Alpine is so much smaller, blah blah blah. You don't need Vue. You should use Alpine." And I think Evan was just like, "Whoa, hold on. Vue does way more than Alpine does." And like,
this is what it takes.
And he was probably like, he looked at Alpine and he was probably like, I could probably go home this weekend and write a better version of it. So like and the funniest thing is when I saw Alpine, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I'm sure Evan, you could go home and write a better version of it because like it was Vue, like it was Knockout, it was like all those things. And someone finally goaded him. It was like literally he wrote Petite Vue right after Alpine 3 came out, like a week after. Like Like it was that weekend. Like seriously, like that conversation happened, and then like on Monday he came back with petite view.
Love
Like
that.
don't piss Evan Hu off. Like
Love
he's
that.
mild mannered. He's Clark Kent, but like
Love that. I
he
love
would
that.
like crush you. Like so like like
No, the
yeah.
way you say that, yeah. I mean,
Like
Evan, he's like an exceptional engineer. Like the stuff he's built, so
everything he's built is an incredible
so
quality,
tasteful.
and I mean, like that's the thing people always take away, like from the end user thing. Like I said, Veets kind of got some like Frankenstein going on under the hood, but the end user would never actually know. Like
Oh, right.
Evan's consideration to detail is incredible.
Yeah.
But where I was getting with that, obviously, is that like kind of stepping back again, is that where these technologies have been kind of evolving over time, like I think that if you can step back from any particular group or movement, like things swayed it, but it gets kind of absorbed into this consciousness. Like if you step back far enough, it just looks like a natural progression. You saw
Right,
MVC, you saw
right.
MVM,
It
you
has
saw
to. It has to.
components, and while there are players and things that swayed it, everything actually follows along the line. And sure, that's looking in hindsight because we don't know where things will go exactly. It's actually a very natural evolution where the pieces and the evidence are already there, a thing. And I feel like right now we are back at one of those things. There's a reason there's so many libraries. There's a reason why there's that temperature. People are looking for things other than React. It's not because there's going to be another React. It's not because anything is going to have that kind of impact again. I don't know. Like I seem
Yeah.
doubtful. Like React came at like perfect place, perfect time. But that's not that's the thing. People are conflicted because they look at React's innovation and they look at React's impact and they tie those, they conflate them. They go, that's the thing. And the thing is, I'm going to argue that React's innovation isn't as innovative as people thought, but its impact was.
It hasn't even been, oh yeah, yeah. No, that is oh, that makes so much sense.
And if you take that scope of looking at it, that it wasn't actually as innovative as you thought, but incredibly impactful, it means that the next thing maybe won't be as impactful as React, but it could be it could take the same level of innovation. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's just the natural progression of things. Maybe like if you separate it, like there is as I said, there's a reason there's so many libraries and people are hungry for other stuff. It's time. It's not someone where Dan Abramoff is sitting isn't going to see it because he's not in the weeds of it, and he's been through the full cycle, the 7 years. Everything has its time, and React could still be the best solution out there. And I think everything React's been doing is going to ensure that future, but nothing. It's still React. It's going to still be the React that like has evolved over time. It's still going to be that thing. They have that legacy. They're going to be attached to that time period. They're going to have that impact. It doesn't matter,
The timing thing is very nice. Like somebody was saying, I think last year or something, like it has been just the same number of years as it was between jQuery coming out and React coming out.
Yes.
Like when React displays things between now, like React coming out and like maybe now or like last year or something.
Yeah, I like using that one because that's also like the number of years that Marco's had streaming in partial hydration before anyone else came out with it. It's just another fun fact. Can you picture if React came out at the same time as jQuery instead of when React came out? That's how far Marco is on that technology than everyone else. Just side note.
Yeah, Marco is doing everything on the server, right?
Right. Like it's just a different.
Everything on the client,
like these sliders, right? It just Marco was just like the reality went this way, and Marco was like, "Oh, we went this way," and everyone just it kind of dropped off, and no one really realized. But as I said, to me, it's like
and now interesting stuff is happening, right? Like this component model you described from MVC to MVVM. Like we're basically pulling things closer and closer to the UI, like directly, because that's what people want to see and reason about. And so like now we see like the server itself is also like we're bringing it closer to the component, and that's what we're trying to do with SolidStart, right? Like bring the server also inside, like just like we did with the controller.
Exactly. Your edge worker, your service worker
Yeah.
is right in your client code next to your component, like in the view. Like it's an interesting gamble because it's the thing that makes sense in the sense that The problem is when you put stuff in a bunch of different places, it's in a bunch of different places, then you have to reason about it and you have to find it again. There's something so pure about going, oh, I don't know how everything else works, but I have everything I need right in front of me. I used to love this about CoffeeScript. I told you this about because the code was so compressed. I could literally like fit whole files in view and I never scrolled. But that's an extreme. But what I'm getting at is when you can just focus on that one piece and kind of let the rest shed out, you can be incredibly efficient. And this efficiency scales. Like even an organization, whether it's a micro front ends or whatever, like you give them a piece that they can own independently, their velocity increases. Right. And so that's like the mentality here. The problem is that is innately inefficient. So our like, because you're going to duplicate stuff. It's not going to be dry. So a lot of the work of the frameworks is like essentially giving people, and I think React's seen this as its mission, and I've been kind of interested in this too with aggressive co-location. It's giving people that ability to take the small thing, the thing that they could just pick up in their hand, so to speak, and deal with that, and still have it part of the largest system possible.
Exactly. Be very effective as a large system.
Right. And there's different ways to distribute things. I think things like edge functions and the edge are super, super interesting on that side, because like now you have a whole network at your disposal, like just beyond your fingertips. Like, the obvious thing is you just put everything you do with SolidStart, you just deploy to a server
everything
function.
on the edge.
Like, there you go. There's your function. You've now got it on an edge worker. Let's just deploy it. Like, done. That's easy. It's small amount of code. But like picture if you use more than one worker, like you could have a whole
no, that's what I imagine. Like
thing working for you.
Next.js does this, right? Like they don't do one serverless function. They do a serverless function for every route you have, every page you have, so they can split stuff. And
right. The thing is, from a viewing perspective, each route or page is an independent thing and a single experience. And it's good that they can scale separately because you have more than one user and all this. But is there a way that we can leverage this in a more distributed way that it would actually impact even a single user? Like I don't know. This is just crazy thinking, but you don't. It's not just one computer. You have like a bunch of computers just right there. What can we do with those?
So let's say like you had like a 10 level down nested route and all of those data functions need to be called. So like, what if you can like parallelize that or something like that? Or maybe there are a lot of data operations that need to be done, like database stuff. You want to parallelize that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're just thinking out loud, and the chat's been going on here about this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
How do you feel about
Solid.
Sorry. The best thing about CoffeeScript was that you didn't have to declare variables, and you literally just like could code like a unconscious stream. Like you could like literally just be like, there's this thing that does this and it does it. It's like writing pseudocode where this is messy. And I used to just enjoy it because I'd like sit down with a junior dev and teach them, and I'd write I'd write the logic out as comments, just be like, okay, we need to do this, then we do this, and we do this, and we do this. And then I'd be like, okay, well, let's do this. So we just kind of write something here and then write something here. And we're not like figuring out what the type is of that thing or what the not even declaring variables. We're just like, okay, right. So we have that user, and then we have to do this. And we just kind of pseudocode it out. And then like, maybe it's broken. Like the first time you run it, like you get like a undefined error because you access something of undefined. Like JavaScript does that to you all the time. But the funniest thing was usually what would happen is you'd hit that and then you fix it. And then you go, oh God, I forgot this one thing. Let's change that. Like you realize your logic error, and then you can continue, and then you do this. And because of how fast that experience was of just like kind of going, spitting out on the page and then going, oh, right, this logic isn't right, and then rewriting it, and then just going, oh yeah, maybe if we just do it like this, and just kind of jot down that idea. Because it was so quick like that from a prototyping perspective, like that's when I felt like I was a 10x developer. As I said, I probably broke things. I probably like left a trail, of bad stuff in my wake. But like when you came in and people talk about TypeScript and refactoring, and they're like, oh, it's great because you just change this thing and then all the places and you go and you fix it. I'm like, yes, that's amazing, because my refactor stories are probably nightmares to people, because I just go in and be like, yeah, I'm good. We're just gonna refactor everything, and then just like go in like a storm, and then you hit something, and you're like, yeah, let's just rewrite it. Like it was like the biggest, messiest terribleness. And when I'm saying this, people are just like, oh my god, that's scary, right? But on the other hand, like the speed you felt while you were working in this language, without the types, without the variable declarations, you could just put the ideas, made you feel like you could do anything in a short period of time. Like you could just like sit down and just like go, okay, I'm going to rewrite the whole thing today. Like I've never felt that since I've left CoffeeScript. Like, sit down for like 4 hours and just like write 10,000 lines of code. Like
the way you're describing it reminds me of like the syntax, especially reminds me of Python, obviously, like as you talk. So I'm imagining like what JavaScript in Python would look like DOM stuff in Python.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. TypeScript is good. I've used it in companies.
But the way you're talking about CoffeeScript, like TypeScript has no place there. Like it's just making you do more work.
Yeah, don't put types in my CoffeeScript.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was a perfect interruption to this, because I can keep on going on and on about my theories of it. But all I wanted to say is, like, on the future side, the outlook side, because we talked a lot about the past, is that I think that even if people are getting tired with React and they want to try something new, and you're seeing Svelte and, you know, kind of experiencing that, and it's going to go through its cycle too, or Solid's going to go through its cycle. Like, what's so cool about React and the React team is that they keep on, they don't rest on their laurels, and nobody feels like they're resting on their laurels. Don't get me wrong, but they're not like going for like the low hanging DX wins, like going, oh, our users are complaining about this a lot. Let's fix this or add this. I mean, you think that'd be a logical thing to do when you're the popular library. Instead, they're like, okay, we could fix this, but they're looking at the problem wrong. Like that isn't the problem. It's a problem of something else. And you know what? They're not wrong. We screwed up in our design. Like we did something here, and which encouraged people to use stuff this way. We're not going to patch it, because that doesn't fix the problem. Like we just made something, we compromised and made something worse. We're gonna change the model, and people aren't gonna like it because we've been telling them to do it this way. But if we just make this slight adjustment, these problems just eliminate. Like they aren't even a thing anymore. And then they're not going to ask for that feature because they don't need that feature, and they're going to be better off for it, but they're going to hate us for it for a while. And that's how I feel like React's been doing. I've worked on product teams where that's exactly the way to handle it.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that's exactly that's what gives me hope for the future. If React just was like, okay, yeah, people care about performance. Let's React 18.2, let's add a performance thing where we do a smarter list diff so that it does a higher swap rows, and now it scores better on the benchmark. And now we're tied with Preact, so that'll get people off our back. They're not going to do that. Like
it is crazy that
they did that, and they're like, oh, people don't like doing those dependency arrays. Let's just compile them in for people because, you know, they're complaining about it. Not because there's a fundamental reason for escape hatches, but let's just fix it. Like, if React went and did those kind of things, I'd be like, yeah, they've jumped the shark. Because
they're not betting on the future.
They're at their height. People will love them for it, and they will continue using it, and they'll keep on growing, but they're already dead in the water. Instead, with what React is actually doing, I think they have a great future ahead of them.
Right? Like on the client side stuff, it seems like they're always still like the first to come out with the cutting edge API. Like the suspense API was so awesome, right? Like to make the data loading experience declarative. Like that
and that's the thing. Like, but this is part of what I was talking about, groupthink and different technology and historical thing, right? I don't know if I ever shared this with you, and Dan Abramoff even credited it, was surprised himself when I showed it to him. There's an article that Patrick Steele, the creator of Marco, wrote in 2014. And I shared it with Dan, and Dan was like, yep. He's like, this is basically server-side suspense. We've been trying to add this to React since 2018. But Marco, and he's like, in 2020, we still don't have it. No one has it, pretty much. And in this article from the guy who created Marco back in 2014 describes how it works.
Damn.
And the funniest thing is there is a common root here because Patrick was inspired by a Facebook technology called BigPipe. And BigPipe was built at Facebook on their PHP setup to do the streaming and the weave in the assets.
Yeah.
And Patrick was like, yeah, this is a really cool technology. I want to bring it to JavaScript. We need it at eBay because SEO is so important. We need that performance. Whereas, React side, they were building trying to build apps. They're like, okay, we need to make our mobile experience good. We need to make apps. So they're building apps. So they took this divergence. React didn't care about this stuff when they back in the day when they created that, and now it's coming around because Facebook.com is actually built on it, right? Facebook.com didn't move to fully. They had React apps, but they didn't become React.
Yeah, until a few
2019 or something. So Patrick went that way and using the same influence because I'm pretty. I don't know whether they're aware or not, but Dan was like, honestly, I've never seen this article before, but he was like, yeah, BigPipe. That's everything he's talking about here is what influenced us. That's how we decided how to design suspense. He's like, we didn't do suspense. I know we introduced suspense as a way of doing lazy components. He's like, and we showed that, and that's the thing. Everyone thinks suspense is about spinners. That's the thing. But he told me, he was like, but no, we created suspense because we were looking for a solution for server-side async out-of-order streaming. He's like, basically, we were trying to solve what this article from 2014 was describing.
Makes so much sense. They need those markers for where the async stuff is going to happen. So that's what suspense is.
So all of this stuff that React has been doing, they've been feeding it to people in an order that they thought people could consume it. But when you start reversing the timeline and putting the pieces together, you realize this has all been part of this longer journey, and every release, every piece makes sense as part of this bigger picture. But they've had things not work or change the way they do. I think I made this call in a separate stream. I don't think server components were the end game when they started this. I think server components might be the end game now, but I think they had different ideas a couple years ago on where they would be heading. They knew that they'd be doing something like server components. They knew they'd be doing some client-side server interaction with the fetching and the parallelized requests and the batching and all this stuff. But I don't think they landed on server components at that point. I think if you can see that there's a certain point where they're like there was a change, but that's cool because when they started this journey in 2016 or 17, they didn't know where they were going to get exactly.
Yeah.
But the interesting part is the stuff that they did introduce all makes sense retroactively, even if as they introduced it, they were you could tell they're picking things that were features that people would find useful. Oh yeah, I could use lazy loading and code splitting.
I hate that they did this slow rollout of ideas. Just tell me what your plan is.
Right. They weren't 100% sure. They weren't sure of the plan. And the problem is now, they're paying for it. This is part of the reason why there's this sense right now. I even had to defend this today where someone was like, there's, other frameworks this is about the thing where React was revolutionary, but since then other frameworks, have improved on DX, and React, has been working on suspense. And I'm like, you understand this is a DX thing. It's not like there's only suspense is just loading screens. And the problem is it's not just the people who don't know. It's everyone doesn't know. Even the other framework authors and stuff. When React introduced Fiber, React was like, yeah, we're not following suit because we don't need this complicated thing. We don't care about time slicing and even Vue and Preact, which have suspense, they were just like, yeah, look, we got suspense. And then the React's like, okay, cool, transitions and concurrent rendering, and they're like, we're not doing that. Essentially, and because of that. And the way React introduced it, now everyone thinks suspense is just loaders. You're like, oh yeah, Vue has suspense. They don't know how to do loaders. I think in Vue it's an async setup call where you can just await, do async stuff in your setup function. That's I guess suspense, but that is not consistent async concurrency. That is not suspense, and like, I mean, it mechanically has the loaders, like it mechanically
Yeah.
looks like it, but like you can understand that what React has been doing and what they've been building towards is just on a completely different level. So in a sense, on one hand, I can say it's completely cutting edge and they still lead the charge, especially when others are just like, they see the feature and they go, oh yeah, should I add this or not? Like, I'm guilty of this myself. I didn't get server components at first, but on the other hand, elements of it, like this is a natural evolution if you can look hard enough to pick up the pieces. Like even server components, the reason I didn't get it is because I didn't understand that it follows the partial hydration rules that Marco had already established 8 years ago.
You thought they were more powerful.
Yeah, I thought server components were like these super like windowed things where you could just be like, okay, render this on the server or don't do this. Server component. Exactly, like you could just like trigger stuff and it was like a client side rendered thing. No, server components is an evolution of, I mean, it's a VDOM mentality, but it's an evolution of partial hydration, automatic partial hydration and islands. Like it's basically an evolution of the same, like they just took a different take on basically what Marco did in 2014. Like they were like, they came to the same conclusion. They're like, we need streaming and we need partial hydration.
Yeah.
Like this, and from that, look, and the thing is, and they came up with similar contracts. They're like, okay, we need like a boundary that handles this async piece so that we can like insert it where we need it. You know, Marco called it fragments. They're like, okay, we'll call this suspense. Like, and this is completely independently. I do not believe that they were looking at it in the same way that React claims, and I mean, we'll see, that they did not look at reactivity when designing hooks. Like, people find that very hard, like myself, find that very hard to believe. But if you look at the prior art, there is like zero mention of fine-grained reactivity as the prior art for hooks. And you look at it and you're like, but like... but I'm willing to believe that's true because, like, I've even said this week when Michael Jackson was kind of gushing a bit about how cool Solid's model was, and people are like, yeah, so you've used Vue before, and he's like, well, no, actually, I've never looked at Vue. Solid does more than Vue, which is really cool, but the reactivity is actually like, it's Vue. It's like the core thing. Like Solid's render is way cooler than that. Yeah. But like the core thing and the stuff that he was talking about was just pure reactivity. So like from that perspective, I think it's fair to say that not everyone is trying to chase every new trend and every different library, and they kind of get in their slots. So hooks maybe were React realizing 6 years after the jQuery gap that the libraries that they inadvertently squashed with their big boot when they came in without even realizing, like React was very aware of Angular. Like they were like, okay, and maybe even Ember, because they were like, the problem here is we want to re-render everything to simplify stuff, but it sucks. It's like, how can we do this? And then they're like, oh, this virtual DOM thing actually works and it's fast enough. Even React, like early days, were like, it's fast enough. That was like their message. They're like,
Pete Hunt's like talk, right? Like he compares it to Angular and Ember, and he describes how like observables are bad, computers are bad, but VDOM is fast enough and it uses less memory. Like that was his essential concern.
Yeah, like, but the thing is, like the really like performant thing started coming out around 2014-15. It was like a couple years later that they really went hard on like showing like React is the most performant, where like the DBmon and all that kind of stuff. At the beginning, they were just like, they were almost comparing it to Backbone. They were like, we want to re-render everything like this, but we don't want it to be expensive DOM operations. And people, they're aware. They're like, people are looking at doing these event systems, you know, but like maybe they didn't look even that deep into it. They just dislike the events, but they're like, but we want to keep the Backbone model, so we're going to do this. I'm not sure how much they looked into it back then, but it doesn't really matter. The core team that created React is not even the core team that like, there was a change of the guard around 2015, 2016. But the thing is, hooks came out a few years later, and I understand why. If you understand that React has to orchestrate the data model, they needed the explicit language. Like, it all fits together. They basically reinvented fine-grained reactivity patterns, and according to them, completely independently. So
I mean, it makes sense. Like, they were trying to fit this class update model into functions, and so you can think of how the origin of hooks could come from that instead of like from a reactivity first point of view. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, people working in reactivity, like Evan, you and Vue, and he looked at it and was like, wait, okay, yeah, okay, sweet. This is sweet. Like, I think they were probably actively excited, even Rich himself. But actually, Rich looked at it and he's like, oh man, this is clunky. Like, why would anyone do that? And then he probably looked at his own library and he's like, yeah, we're pretty clunky too, but I never expected React to do this. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna build a compiler to get rid of the clunkiness. But like the people on the reactive side were almost immediately saw that, like, the flaw. They were like, wait a second, this doesn't add up. In the React community, it took about 2 years to fully understand where the gap is between reactivity and React, like the hook rules and all that implication. But the reactive, it's funny because I talk about innovation versus impact.
Right.
React hooks, like they were innovative from the stance of like applying that to a VDOM is absolutely genius.
Yeah.
Because you take a pattern that doesn't fit in your model and then model a complete opposite pattern to make it work. I think that kind of stuff is really smart. Awesome. And that's actually on the other hand, that's also what Solid does a lot. It takes something from like a VDOM mentality and brings it into reactivity. Like, I think that kind of thing is really clever to kind of hedge weaknesses and like things. But like, the funniest thing is when you talk about impact, it's completely opposite, because on the innovation side, I might argue that while innovative for React, not very innovative in general patterns, because like they already existed. Like, Knockout on reactivity already did this kind of pattern composition. But on impact side, everybody changed. Like, Vue is like, okay, we can expose our reactivity. Svelte was like, okay, we're going to build a language. Like, it was a single catalyst point of everything changing. Because of this move they made. So React is
right? It was the main thing that people liked the change and people were excited about it.
But like, Evan, he wrote Vue 1. He knew about reactivity. He knew about these patterns. He purposely chose not to use these patterns with Vue. He hid them from people. Composition API has been under the hood of Vue since Vue 1. Like, it's always been there.
Do you think that was a poor design choice, or good design choice?
Yeah, complete design choice, because he wanted to make things simple and he was worried that like.
You think it was a good design choice to leave the reactivity out, or?
Vue is the most popular library in terms of GitHub stars. Like, I know Svelte is more loved now because it's newer, but if you just look at the history and look at the number of people and you actually add up the math, Vue is the most loved JavaScript library. So I'm going to say that whatever Evan did is probably correct, but Solid wouldn't be here if Vue made what I consider the right decisions.
Oh, they would be okay. They would be
like Solid and Vue both sit in this kind of middle ground where they had the potential to, like, you know how we were talking earlier how like everyone can compile and build anything they want on top of Solid. Solid's mentality was like, okay, well, that's great. We have these primitives, you can build them. Go make that Svelte thing. It's pluggable, right? Vue is like, well, we have this incredible power to do everything we want. So we're going to make the best SMC format, the best JSX format, the best this. We're just going to make everything and have it all be Vue. Like,
right.
Like it's, I mean, I'm a Star Trek nerd, but it's like the difference between the Borg and the Bioborg. Anyways, no, okay, moving on. But like, essentially, like assimilate. Like, Vue is like assimilate. Like, be in the middle.
They just have to be everything.
Like, in the middle, and they will absorb anything. And because they've taken an vantage point where they can literally do anything anyone does. But it also means that generally,
like, I know you've said they have the activity and VDOM, and like, why do they need both, right? Like, that's one of the.
I'm not like, Solid came out of like basically disagreeing with every design choice that Vue's ever made. Like, that's like essentially, I talk about, it's funny because this is why I feel like Solid actually has a space, because maybe that's like a diamond. It's not like a line, because in one side, I say that Svelte and Solid are on these polar opposites, but Vue is more of like if you were like siblings, like you had the same DNA, and you
shift it a bit, you would become Solid.
make decisions with what you did with your life. Where Svelte is like somewhere over here, and React is somewhere over here.
Right. No, that's very interesting. Realizing very recently, actually, I'm not a Vue user, so very recently I realized that Vue is doing like reactivity essentially, but I don't know how it's encapsulated and all.
Yeah, but like every little piece is different. Like I told you, when Evan saw React and he's like, okay, this solves my problem. He didn't go, oh, unidirectional flow and stuff. He was like VDOM, because now we have a safety net for our crazy reactive system. Because what I want more above anything else, trying to get in that mentality, is that people can just really easily update stuff. And reactivity, it's really easy. They use proxies and getter setters, and all their states mutable, and it all automatically updates. Like Svelte's kind of carried that over, but Vue, like Solid, with the runtime reactivity, actually is less. It's more flexible. It's more freeing. Like Svelte has a compiler. It's very restrictive. It's actually hard to abuse the system because of how restrictive it is.
Yeah,
we talked a lot about how restrictive Svelte is, but it's intentional. It's part of the design, and it's good. It's good design.
So beginner friendly.
But Vue, like Solid, is incredibly powerful. But that makes things messy depending how you do it. Where I've tried to focus more on primitives and essentials. Vue focus on like more on everything. So he has the tools to literally do anything. So but
that's interesting, thinking of the VDOM as a safety net for your reactivity.
Yes.
Like I'd never thought about it like that. Like the point of needing the VDOM is so that the reactivity system doesn't touch the renderer directly and
yes,
crazy on it.
Okay. And no matter how much crazy stuff, when someone causes like an infinite loop or triggers a bunch of stuff, the VDOM will just take that in and reconcile the differences.
So there is probably like in the most literal way we take away our safety net, right? Like now you're exposed.
Yeah, right. And it's funny, when I saw React, I was like, okay, I don't like it. But then move forward a couple of years, and I was like, oh, you know what? Two-way binding is bad.
Yeah, two-way
there's usage, and obviously locally two-way binding is good, but once you extend that principle out through your system, it's bad. And I'm like, man, they're right. Unidirectional flow, all this stuff, the apps, they make sense. I spent so much time teaching people in Knockout to avoid foot guns that I started making microsystems and my own primitives on top of Knockout primitives, which is great. This is why composition is king.
Yeah.
Right. And I basically built kind of a micro framework on top of Knockout. I changed the view level. They have pluggable templates. I introduced our own syntax. So it was kind of like React. I made my own primitives on top of Knockout. And I told the team, in these use cases, use this primitive, because I wanted to stop the infinite loops and the weirdness. So I was like, when you create effects, your dependencies always have to be explicit. And anything that's not an effect has to be pure computed, no side effects. I started enforcing those patterns and made our own primitives that did this.
Safety nets, right?
And start. That's where I got the ideas with Solid in terms of learning about how to safeguard against reactivity. And over time, as I built these mechanisms, I'm like, yep, React is right. It just over and over again. It was just yeah, that's why React does it this way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And eventually, even if I didn't like React, I didn't like the classes. I was abhorred by lifecycle functions.
Yeah.
I loved composition. The classes always bugged me because there's no composition pattern for it. And I loved everything about Knockout. I'd be this man, they're right. And it's a different take, because Vue, or in some degree Svelte, were no, they have really cool technology, like the component update model, but they're not right. We want it to be easy. But I was no, React is right because I want control. So
I think you can pay too much attention to the features, because I think what you've got with React is is a lot of the mental model, like the unidirectional flow, read-write separation, top-down reasoning is still possible, right? In a solid component. These things I think were the things that React was really good at.
Right. And Dan, I shared it on previous on the stream that Dan Abramoff shared this, one of his earliest articles on Medium, which he never finished, was where he was like saying everyone doesn't get why React's popular. This is like 2015. Like he's like, I figured it out. He's like, there's something about React, and he starts codifying it and explaining why React is like so good in a way that people never explain. And he's like, it's not about the VDOM. It has nothing to do with technology. And I came across that article years later, and when I read it, I was just like, yeah. Like I just finished writing my own version of that article. One of my old Medium articles, one of my ones I'm most proud of in my first like 6 months of writing articles, was like what every framework can learn from React.
Right.
And the funniest thing is those weren't the lessons that Vue learned from React. Vue just was like, oh, I have a technical solution for my problem. And honestly, it's good. That's why people have different opinions. But that's why also when people ask me what I think about Vue's design decisions, like every little aspect of it, you'll see that I've made the opposite decision with Solid. And it wasn't intentional. I wasn't like trying to be anti-Vue. I just strongly disagree with almost everything that Vue does.
And like, yeah, you learn the different lessons from React. That's super interesting.
Right. So like when people say React impact, again, like there's no denying the impact.
You know what was about, like, I know the React, the tech is different, but like, do you have a reminder of like what the React branding experience was then? Like, because React as a brand is also so huge. Like Vue has these many stars on GitHub, but you say like React is probably a much bigger brand, like amongst developers. Or maybe that's what it looks like to me being on Twitter or something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. React is like, if you've seen the download stuff too, React is like double Vue and Angular. Like you put Angular and Vue together, and React still dwarfs them. Like React is just so much more popular and had their model and stuff. Because they took it to mobile, they took it to other things. Swift, other interfaces, other UIs, stuff outside the web started copying their adopting their patterns. But it's like the impact's on a different level. Vue is just very liked. It's like GitHub stars. Everyone, more like people who use Vue, like a lot of people have always like loved Vue. Vue is very well loved. Its satisfaction ratings over the years. It wasn't until Svelte, that time period, that Vue's love kind of started getting into a middle ground, middle life thing, because Svelte came in and was like, yeah, well, that aspect of Vue, we can do better. And that's the thing. Vue was in the middle, but they kind of stepped to the side a bit and were like, we do everything, but we're also really good at this, and that's why you should use it. And then Svelte came around the other side and was like, actually, we're out here on that side. And in the end, it left Vue in the middle, dead smack in the middle. And what's hard about being in the middle is, yeah, you can do everything, but no one's going to recognize you for the good you do, because they'll be like, oh yeah, Vue's like almost as easy as Svelte, and like kind of like React, and it has a lot of things like Angular, but like it's not the best at anything.
Yeah, maybe you get somebody into Vue and then it's difficult for them to leave because they feel like they can do like all.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like Vue is consistent, it's well designed, well built. It's just like the set of choices and decisions have positioned them in a place where they are flanked on all sides.
That makes sense.
And it's weird that I look at it like this, but this is part of my whole like game ability background. I played a lot of competitive Magic the Gathering when I was younger, and it's a collectible card game. Oh, okay. But the whole thing was because of limits of the cards and stuff. There's this concept of metagame in which essentially you can they print certain cards at certain times. Like there's a certain card pool, and what it would mean is that there's different strategies that are available at different times, and certain strategies beat other strategies, like a game of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Okay.
And at any given tournament, you might have more people playing rock than paper than scissors, and you kind of look at the trends to decide
what should you play,
what you should play that week. And sometimes people come up with like stuff off the wall that maybe always loses against rock, but it's really good against scissors and paper.
And there are a lot of people going to be playing.
And you hedge in and you just spike a tournament. And like the thing is, over time, the game mechanics were such that it evolved to the point that people understood the trends, not just from the week-to-week perspective, but actually from the perspective of like, archetypically what things did good against what things and how they compared. And to the point that for me, myself, I found a strategy that I liked, and no matter what cards they printed
You do
and
this.
were legal, I'd play that same strategy. I'd force it. I'd essentially figure out the mechanics in the metagame, figure out what cards, even if they weren't individually strong, figure out how I could use things in a way that simulates the same tempo or gameplay thing. The game has this kind of idea of tempo, like in terms of like how fast things ramp up and what like the way the mechanics accelerate. And I would just force it, and I just keep on doing it over and over again every single year, every single season, and I kind of became a specialist. Everyone knew it was like, oh, if you're playing this type of deck, go talk to Ryan, because he, if you think this is a good way to spike the tournament, he'll help you design it, right? And
Did it work? Did it work?
Yeah, I mean, there was a few times that it was amazing, and there's other times that it was just okay. But it consistently, I was very good at tuning this style because I understood the timing, and I could take cards that you're like, this card's crap, but I'm like, but in this deck, it makes sense because you need something like this.
But the deck is the constant across the games because you have some constant.
Yeah, I mean, you can change the cards and you can sideboard, and that's where the thing gets interesting, because in that game, the first game you'd play with the deck you prepared, but then you can switch up, which is 60 cards, but then you could switch up to 15 cards in the post-game matches in this best to 2 out of 3.
Then your strategy holds, or like now you have to.
Right. The thing is, depending on it, who you're against, you change your strategy. So there's a lot of consideration about which cards you also bring based on what other strategies you think, what your weaknesses are. And as I said, I picked a strategy that fit my style, which was in the middle, essentially, because you could be on one side where you're always aggressive, but then you lose if you hit this thing on one side.
For the main game, right? You can use that for the main game, but for these playoffs, you're not using, like, you have to use like specific strategy for the playoffs, like the second stage, right? Like you're saying.
No. I'm saying is you get to bring one deck and you don't get to change it. Essentially.
But you said like this 15 card thing, right? Like that's
15 cards let you change your strategy, tweak it based on who you play it. But the first game is always raw. And then the last 2 games, you can hedge towards different strategies that you face. Because after game 1, you're like, oh, I'm playing against this. I'm going to change these cards.
Okay, you know what the other is doing.
The thing is, because of this tempo thing, I would choose strategies that were somewhat in the middle, but basically often make the deck work. Like, there's different strategies to sideboarding, and I'm getting kind of technical here on this game, but essentially you could always make your deck better at what it does against decks that are like
bad against,
and then you could also try and like completely switch your strategy and do something completely different in those 15 cards. But what I specialized in was taking decks that were already somewhat in the middle of the range and then tweaking them to almost mimic the deck that they were playing against, but with a slight tempo advantage, just to completely invalidate their strategy. That was the thing. Just that my whole idea was that if you had cards that could work in a certain way, and this is hard to explain, obviously, on the stream, but if you had cards,
a bit of it though, what do you mean?
That you could purpose them in a different way. You could put together, like you can mimic or you could think. And I know this is completely off topic, but I approached the design of Solid this way. And because I was looking for pieces to solve my problem, and I knew I liked fine-grained reactivity. I had already picked my archetype. I knew like where I was sitting. So I was like, okay, how do I deal with the weaknesses? How do I address how do I, like, when I'm in this scenario that's weak, how do I change disadvantage to an advantage by kind of approaching it slightly different? How do you change the problem? How do you invalidate the question being asked instead of trying to like beat it if you can't beat it or dodge it? Is there a way that you can make the question being asked invalid? Like just change it so that the problem isn't even
And you also don't want to change the archetype you started off with. Like you're not like just gonna
No,
change.
I mean, you're stuck with it, right? You can't change your deck the whole
You can't
tournament.
change your deck, right?
I'm stuck with fine-grained reactivity, right?
Yeah.
But can you change the aspects of it that you can take attack an area or that should be unsolvable
model? Can you tackle hydration? Can you tackle?
Yeah, can you tackle something that should be unsolvable? So you go fine grain and you go like you mix it with JSX. That's not the obvious thing for people, but because you mix it with JSX, you actually innately make it more like something else. Like and threading this needle, so to speak, of these trade-offs in a way that I felt
could write about this.
Kind of like hedge the weaknesses and kind of address like that was basically my whole strategy with Solid.
I'm saying you should write about this sometime because it's super interesting. Like
I tried to talk about it a little bit. I wrote after the 1.0 release, I wrote a Solid and Metagaming article, but I don't think I got quite into this detail. But I did share one of my favorite videos of all time, which is Aaron Forsyth talking about game design. He's like one of the lead designers of Magic, and he learned 20 lessons. And those 20 lessons that he learned, essentially, they apply to game design, but they could also apply to any kind of design philosophy where you have users that you use that use your product, and you know, like one of my favorite ones was he's like make something like it's better to make something that like evokes strong emotion than make something that's like everyone's like thinks is like whatever. He's like have people love it, have people hate it, but the worst thing you can be is like
everybody.
Like everyone likes it. And I think it's really, really cool. Anyways, sorry, like we're gonna go on forever if we can do it. It's a great chat we have going here. I'm gonna pick up some of the comments, but we're gonna end the stream here pretty quickly. I gotta save some of the stuff for another stream, but it's been great having you on. As I said, you evoke very interesting conversation to me and gives me a chance to, you know, talk on some topics.
I'd love to talk about this stuff. Yeah.
How come people say Flutter desktop is slow? I thought. Yeah, I don't know. The canvas-based thing is, I think, should be fast. I mean, in theory, canvas is super fast. I have benchmarks with that. But the interesting thing is there is a Flutter for web which doesn't use canvas and uses DOM, and that thing, I don't know what the term is people use. Back when I was a scenester in bands, we used to call the term hot garbage. That's a thing. Canvas, I imagine Flutter Canvas should be okay in theory. I know there's accessibility concerns and all that stuff, but someone rendering to canvas should be okay. I don't know. Yeah, I know it uses, but there's a DOM mode too, which is garbage. They let you choose. At least the last time I checked. Like. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in benchmarks, but you're right. If you're trying to recreate the DOM, you got to recreate the DOM. Yeah, to canvas, better runtime, which is good. Yeah, I mean, so you guys are just talking about Flutter. I don't care about Flutter. Sorry, guys. I mean, the interesting thing is we were talking about custom renderers today. So, you know, something like React Native for web is kind of interesting. I already alluded to it a bit during our thing, but what if we tried to take a custom renderer and just like said, like have our hand at trying to design the
DOM API?
The new DOM API. Yeah.
I am down to do that for sure.
I mean, that's one of those like what ifs. It's like reactive script. Like maybe one day we'll try it or do it or but there's a lot of things to get there. But I said I know that concept excites people, and there are people actively working on React Native web. So like, you know, I guess we'll have to see.
There are people working on Solid Native also. Like, should have given a shout out or like found a link or something. But yeah, there are people trying to make Solid Native working. There are already demos up, I think, like small ones.
What? No one shared anything about with me with Solid Native.
There is a Solid Native thing that uses native script. Native script is just you write JavaScript, but it's still like.
I'm familiar with native script, and someone actually ported surplus to native script previously, which made me always feel like it was possible, but I was not.
Somebody did it. I think Fox Pro or one of these Fox Wisdom, one of these names did it.
Oh yeah. No, I know both of them. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look forward to checking that out. I didn't realize anyone had started the effort. This is really cool stuff. It's so funny because I said I put this together having like it was easy for me to do, but I had no clue if I was doing the right thing or if it actually worked. And it seems like it does mostly work. So if you are working on custom renderers, do let me know. Come with the feedback. Everyone does kind of come with the same feedback though, so I haven't figured out how to solve it, but we'll see if we can like improve the creation so that you don't have to like defer the props. But I actually don't know how to solve it with the reactive system, just the way they work. But yeah,
for mine I did like I'm just taking one prop, args. Like args I'm keeping for the creation. Everything else like happens at run like in effects. I do like sometimes in 3JS you need some props. So like in my compiler I save one prop in the creation code and leave
okay. Yeah. So yeah, we can look at that at some time and see if there's ways to optimize it. I'm pretty interested to see where this stuff goes in general. It's cool that people have picked this up without me having to do anything, which is the coolest part. So I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, yeah, stream has to end. I'm glad that so many people stayed here to the end. This has been one of the longest streams we've done, and we've had a steady group.
My bad about that.
But my throat is like getting hoarse here.
And my bad on keeping you here so long.
Yeah, we're like after midnight. This is a long one, but thank you everyone for joining. This has been a lot of fun. Hopefully you got something from it. I'm gonna try and edit this video, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it tonight. It's too late. So yeah. Till next time. Hopefully see you all next week. All right.
See you tomorrow.
See ya. Bye.